Yeah, I'm here.
Good morning and welcome to the October 15th, 2025 pre-meeting work session of the Oregon Public Defense Commission. Our official meeting starts at 10 o'clock, but this is our work session. We discuss a couple of topics among staff and commissioners prior to the meeting. Before we get started, and we're going to have to do this twice, one for the work session and one for the public meeting, I'd like to introduce our three newest commissioners who are all here today. I'm very pleased to report. First is Caitlin Plummer, who is the Executive Director of Lane County Public Defenders, and I'll give each person a brief opportunity to give their bio and then a more lengthy introduction during the public meeting. It's all public meeting during the main meeting portion of the commission meeting. Then Stephanie Engelsman, who is a former public defense practitioner, lawyer, worked particularly in juvenile law for many years for Youth Rights and Justice in Portland, and now is a member of the Portland School Board. And then Haley Olson, who is a defense investigator from Eastern Oregon, who is Caitlin and Haley are our non-voting members, public defense provider. Haley is a public defense investigator out of Eastern Oregon. And as I said, during the main meeting, they'll have a longer opportunity to give a longer introduction about themselves. So welcome to the three of you. We're very happy to have you here. And we now have a full commission, at least for the next, 8 weeks or so until I rotate off the commission, and then there'll be another opening. So with that, we started having these, for the benefit of the new commissioners, we started having these pre-meeting commission work sessions. I think this is the second one that we've had. Is really an opportunity for us prior to the main meeting to discuss some topics that will be coming up at some point for a vote, or things that the agency is working on, or an opportunity for us to discuss these issues directly with staff, and staff to seek input from us in a more informal way where there's more of a back and forth dialogue. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve Arndt, who has been diligently working on the delinquency attorney performance standards. And I had a brief email exchange with him yesterday. And I know one of the things that he wants to talk with the commission about is how to incorporate the suggestion that was made during our last work session about differentiating between the standards for PCRP versus non-PCRP attorneys, and how we would like that to look in the performance standards. And I'm Stephanie, I know that you are not yet officially on the commission, but which really for me means that you can't vote, but we certainly would want and welcome your input about these, given your specialty in juvenile law, and encourage you to give your full-throated input. All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Arndt, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair Nash and Vice Chair Manderberg, members of the commission. Thank you for having me here again today. Last month, I brought to you the new performance standards. We talked briefly during that meeting. You'd gotten the performance standards shortly before the meeting. We talked briefly about some areas where there was perhaps some things that we could shore up. Certainly looking forward to any further discussion on those areas. The bulk of our discussion, however, was about PCRP and how we should treat PCRP. We mentioned that PCRP is a program where we dedicate more resources. Perhaps there should be additional requirements in PCRP. I saw there are three ways that we could do this, and one of the things I was concerned about is if we say that this is a minimum standard, that those minimum standards, when they are not met by non-PCRP attorneys, it could be seen that they are somehow not qualified or not meeting minimum expectations. So that could be a concern if we include it, under the first option, which is to include it in this document where we have maybe a bolding or a highlighting or a separate section that says PCRP attorneys must also do these things. We could, in the alternative, simply write it into our contract during the next contracting session. I'm not really a fan of that because the next contracting cycle is 2 years away. Well, 18 months away. The third option is to have a document that is PCRP specific. We pull out the standards or the practices that we feel should be minimum standards for PCRP attorneys, and we put that into a third document. What I would like to do today is kind of get some guidance from the commission on how do you see that working, or if there's any specific provisions that you want to ensure that we take and put into whatever form we put this document into, whether it's in the current standards, a separate document, or future contracting documents. I want to make sure that we're responsive to the commission's request.
Thoughts about that, Rob? I'll just start with you since you voiced this the last time.
I'm sorry, did you say me?
I did.
So I guess the first question, Steve, did you go back to the original PCRP proposal from about 11 or 12 years ago and read that and find out what exactly they were proposing to deliver, what the outcomes were, what the additional money was going to be for? Because it's still considered a pilot program as far as I know. And have you done that? And have you seen that document and go through the additional things? Because this program, from what I remember, was adopted because there was going to be more money going to these lawyers, what additional services at that point were expected and what outcomes were expected. That's where I would start with this.
Okay.
And then I would probably put that as a PCRP writer or PCRP section as this program. If you are a part of this program, you will be doing these things.
Okay. And just to be clear, your preference is to perhaps a separate section in this document that says, and in addition, PCRP attorneys, here is what we expect.
Yes, I mean, I think that's the way it was sold, because that's also going to do a couple things going forward. It's going to, as we look at measuring the performance of PCRP versus non-PRCP to value this program, so we can go back to the legislator, perhaps ask for funding to roll out PCRP statewide, that it would help us, and the PCRP lawyers should be intimately involved in what are they doing now with their program? How does it benefit over and above the non-PCRPs? They should be able to have input in here. What are they measuring? What are our KPMs, for instance? What are our outcomes that we're hoping for? And I would just include that as a second section. So I would do this, your standards to be the standards for our juvenile program. In addition, section, if you are a part of the PCRP program, this is what else the other expectations are.
Are we thinking something in terms of outcome? Are we thinking outcome based? Are we thinking activity based? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
I would do both. I would say that these are our deliverables. I think at one time it was you're going to spend a third of your time with direct client contact. And that was one of the big selling points of this, because it was thought that at the time caseloads were too high, not spending enough time with the clients. And therefore, one of the things we're going to pay you to do and maybe get case managers to do this is have more face-to-face contact. That may or may not still be what we want to do, because I'm sure the idea of what this system delivers probably has evolved over the last 11 or 12 years. It might be different in different counties, but at least that's a place to start. And so you have deliverables, and maybe the outcomes isn't really the place to put those things. But I would think that if we are still trying to determine that this is a good statewide project, you would at least want to have, measurements like you will keep this. And I think they're keeping hours and stuff like that. So that could, that's not in the standard juvenile delinquency standards or dependency, but it should be in the deliverables for the PCRP providers, which it probably already is. But if you put all this stuff out, what are we getting in this program over and above the base services? I don't want to call them base services because they're really super good services. I've seen these juvenile lawyers, but I'm talking about the generally accepted standards.
Susan?
following up on what Rob said, have you done any focus groups with PCRP providers separate from the focus groups you've done with juvenile providers? Because if you haven't, I would suggest doing that, and finding out, first of all, whether or how the original suggestions from however many years ago it was, whether those still are valid, or whether their experience over these years has caused them to say, well, some of those were unrealistic, or some of those weren't, in fact, effective. Or there are some others that the legislature didn't think of back then that we can think of now, having had all these years of experience. And find out from them how they think their practice is different or should be different from providers who don't have PCRP contracts. I don't think that we, or maybe you know a lot about the difference, but I think that the people who've been providing the services are the best ones to come up with some ideas for how we should separate out their standards. I agree with Rob that, well, I would not like to see this in contracts. I think either Rob's suggestion of a separate section in the standards or a PCRP specific document is better. I like the separate section because it can piggyback on the things that we also expect anyone representing juveniles to be doing. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you. And Steve, while others were talking, I just did a very fast Google search of Oregon PCRP, and the 2014-15 report from the agency to the legislature showed up with exactly all the information that Rob was suggesting that you would want to perhaps include. And then there's some other information that the agency's presented over the years. So it's super easy to access that information and to kind of, I think, incorporate it into the standards. And then, you know, to Susan's point too, including the people who are actually doing the work makes a whole lot of sense, and really is something that we should be doing. But it looks like it's pretty easy to find that. Any other comments? Any other questions that you have, Steve, or I guess really comments about the general delinquency standards too? Are there any comments or questions or feedback about that? And this is not the last time we're going to see these. So last time we're going to discuss this. So there will be other opportunities. I know, especially for the new commission members who probably have not had a chance to go through these in depth, to be able to review them and give feedback. We have another work group session that's scheduled for November 6th, and I anticipate that this will be on the agenda for that, and then approval probably December meeting. More on that later, because I don't think we're going to have a meeting where there's action items in November, but we can talk about that. Any other comments, questions, suggestions on that? Okay. Thank you for your input, everyone. Mr. Arndt, do you think you have enough information from us to be able to move forward?
I think I do. We did have some discussion during the last time that we got together around confidentiality and
Yes.
parents and all of that. You know, certainly if anybody has any additional thoughts on that, I would welcome those comments. And if there's any other areas that come to mind that are of concern, we'll certainly address those.
I must say I forgot to look at that section to see if you had revised that. So I'm sorry about that.
It has not been revised yet.
Okay.
We're working on the language. We've reached out to some providers, and we're just trying to get a little bit more from the field.
And just for the benefit of the new commission members, during the last meeting, I talked about how difficult it is most of the time to represent youth in delinquency matters, because there's a lot of parental pressure to be very involved, and you have to thread a needle between supporting the family structure and the family unit and being respectful of the parent-child relationship, but also understanding that sometimes parents who have their best intentions really can do harm to their child's juvenile case, and the importance of being able to have confidential meetings and confidential communications with your client, and perhaps providing some written guidance about how to do that in a delicate manner, and the importance of doing that are especially spelled out in the standards. Rob?
Yeah, just to make myself clear on the
Mhm.
on what I'm suggesting on like key performance measures, I think as you talk about, like Susan was talking about, talking to the providers as they tell you what's important, what they see as important, what they see as a benefit to PCR, I think that's going to lead you to what we want to measure as KPMs. And so as you develop your KPMs, you might go back and forth between KPMs and deliverables and standards, because I think it all works together in a way. And I think it's really important to engage the PCRP provider and the non-PCRP providers as well, frankly, to find out what they would like, what they think would be helpful for them. Because I think one will lead you to the other, and they're going to work together. So I would keep an eye on both what you want to measure, what we want to showcase as benefits of this program to the legislature as you develop your standards as well, because we also want to say, we want to point back to the performance standards that are over and above the non-PCRP lawyers, and show how the PCRP program deliverables meet and exceed these key performance measures and how that benefits the kids. So I see it as sort of a continuum discussion as you develop all of these standards and measurements. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Any other comments before we move on to our next item? Okay. All right, then moving on. Well, I guess I should follow up just with Mr. Arndt. All right, do you have everything that you need from us? All right. You're nodding.
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you.
All right, moving on next to the discussion and update regarding the key performance metrics from Ms. Freeman. And just for reminder or background, we have some outdated, very old, very unhelpful key performance metrics for the agency. And we are starting the process, which is a legislative process, to change those. And so Ms. Freeman has been visiting with us to talk about that and the process and where we are, and some suggestions for what our new key performance metrics might be. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Freeman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Nash, Vice Chair Manderberg, Commission members, and a special welcome to our new Commission members. Chair Nash did an amazing job explaining what key performance measures are, but just a little bit more information. So the agency is required to have key performance measures. Every agency has them. We determine what they are. They're approved by the Commission, and then annually we ensure all of our KPMs are adhered to, and then we actually file a report on the legislative website by October 1st of every year. These key performance measures, or our KPMs, are also part of our annual performance progress report. So the APPR, you'll hear a lot of acronyms, but I try to make sure I spell them out so everyone is aware of what they are. And the main reason for that, or the definition of that, is a primary expression of the agency's performance measure against legislative approved key performance measures. So all of our reports, all of our KPM reports are posted on our website, and they're also on the legislative website as well. And if our new commission members would like any of those links, I can work with Mara to ensure that you have those, so you can look at what we've done in the past and see how we have been improving over the last couple years. But as Chair Nash said, the current KPMs that the agency is working on have been in place with the agency since about 2016. So it's just a little history, but please, if anyone has any questions, please let me know. And with that, Mara is assisting me with the PowerPoint presentation this morning. So next slide, Mara. So we're going to just give a brief update, especially for our new commission members, what our 2025 key performance measures are, and we've reported on those, what we are required to report in 2026, and then recommended key performance measures for the 27-29 biennium. As Chair Nash alluded to earlier, we do have a process to have our KPMs approved by the legislature. So this is the time when the agency is looking at all of our current KPMs, looking at recommended KPMs, coming to the commission, having conversation. What do you like our proposed ones that we're recommending? Are there other measures? You've heard some conversations already around our PCRP, so that's our Parent-Child Representation Program, and looking at metrics there. So Commissioner Harris, I've made tons of notes from all your comments this morning, and jumping ahead, but Mr. Arndt and I will be continuing to work on those metrics for PCRP along with the data team as well. So with that, next slide, Mara. Oh, next one. So here are our 2025 key performance measures. So we have one for our appellate division, and that's median number of days to file opening brief. Our customer service, this KPM will always be in any KPMs that we have, and what we do annually is conduct a customer service survey. This year for 2025, it went out to 1,423 of our providers. Those are contract attorneys, vendors, any of them one that we have done business with. And our overall, what we want to see is that we're good or excellent in providing customer service, timeliness, accuracy, helpfulness, expertise, and availability of information. And our KPM was presented at the last commission meeting, and there's in-depth survey information around how we improved this year in our customer service. So we did improve in every area, some areas more than others, but we did have an overall improvement. Our next KPM is referenced to the commission and its best practice for boards and commissions. And this is a KPM for the last couple of years that Vice Chair Manenberg has conducted and worked with commission members, also with a survey. And then we have our trial level representation, and this one is for our contract attorneys for continuing legal education that they need to do 12 hours per year. And this one is in direct conflict with our current contract, and it doesn't align with the Oregon State Bar as far as their 3-year CLE or continuing legal education requirement. Then you see here we have our parent-child representation, and this one is spending approximately 1/3 of their time with the court-appointed clients in cases. And we have not fared as well in that one as we would like, so that's why we've put a lot of discussion around there. Next slide, Mara. Next one, thank you. So in 2026, we will have the same KPMs that we've had in 2025. So I've just listed them here. I'm not going to go through them, but we do have a new KPM in 2026. So next slide, Mara. So you'll see new slide number or new KPM number 6. And this one is from the 2025 legislative session, and it's percent of financially eligible individuals receiving a public defender with a target of 100%. So what that means is this KPM is related to individuals who've been identified as unrepresented by the courts, reflected in the OJD, so the Oregon Judicial Department Unrepresented Dashboard. Now, what the agency has to do is come up, how do we measure this metric. So this is a new one for 2026, and we're going to go into some more information on that. But I just want everyone to understand that we're keeping our 2025, adding one in 2026. So for 2026, we will be reporting on these 6 key performance measures. Any questions before I move on? I only can see a few of you, so if others have raised their hand, I'm sure someone will let me know.
I have a
Commissioner
question,
Weinberg?
Ms. Freeman.
Yes.
On the 6th performance measure, is there a time frame for obtaining counsel, or is it simply that they were represented at some point during the period?
Yeah, so right now, we're working with in custody. That's part of the crisis, right? So it's everything there. We're trying to do within 7 days. So part of our metric will be to look at everyone in custody and out of custody. So hopefully everyone who is on that list will have counsel within a time frame, right? So that's part of the metrics that we're working on the data team to come up with, and some I'm going to share with you in the next couple of slides. Did that hopefully answer your question?
Yes, I was just wondering what the percentage tally was. Would the percentage reflect people who got representation at all, or who timely got representation?
Right.
And it sounds
Right.
like that's coming up later.
Yes. So the goal would be to have no one on that list, right? That is the goal at 100%. We also know that we're not quite there yet, but we're going to be working towards that. And what is that metric, right? So we are going to talk about that and definitely seek feedback from the commission on that metric as well. Next slide, Mara. Okay, here's our recommendations of key performance measures from 2026, and that we will move into the 27-29 biennium. So our recommendations is that we're keeping KPMs here. Number 1, our appellate measure, our customer service survey, as we indicated, that is always a requirement of our key performance measures. Best practice for boards and commissions. And we are recommending removing number 4, and that's our trial level representation, because again, this particular KPM contradicts what's in our current contract. And with the Oregon State Bar, they have 3 years for their continuing legal education. And so really, this one does not sit well with a lot of our contract providers because it doesn't align, and we do a survey to get this information. And so we need to find a different measure. And so we've recommended to remove this one. Next slide, Mara. And PCRP, which we've had a lot of conversation around, we're going to keep that one, but we know it needs a different metric. So we're working on that. We have located some of the initial reports from when PCRP was presented to the legislature, as Chair Nash alluded to, found that report, and we've found some others. We're actually looking at the caseload or the submission reports that are coming in from our PCR providers. And I do agree with the conversation about reaching out to our PCRP providers and having some conversations around metrics and measures, and just looking at some of the reports briefly that we've looked at. Again, these are self-reported reports, and we just need to spend a little more time with our PCR providers on working for more completed reports and making sure they understand what we're after. So more to come on that one. We've heard several comments on what we should be looking at, but I want to pause here and see if there's additional comments from anyone in reference to what has already been mentioned this morning.
Susan?
So this question may be premature. Just tell me if it is, Kim. You mentioned for number 4, the need to determine a different metric. When we've done the last 2 KPMs regarding commission practices, there have been consistently one or two of those metrics that people don't understand and that don't seem to measure accurately what we need to measure. And so and you and I have talked about those. Yeah. So, um, can we ask to change any of the metrics in that KPM? Or,
We could.
yeah, I think it would be really useful to have metrics that we all understand because the responses that we've gotten, and I can think of two that are problematic, aren't very useful or very accurate because of the lack of understanding. So, what would be the process for us to work on making suggestions about different metrics there?
So what we have done, the agency, at least the last 2 years, when Vice Chair Manneberg worked with myself and others in the agency, we did a survey and we used the DAS, Department of Administrative Services, best practice for boards and commissions. We took those questions and conducted a survey with commission members. When we have looked at other agencies' key performance measures, which I have shared with Vice Chair Manneberg, some of their responses in some of the other agencies, some of their responses have said, we've had 95% attendance from all commission members, so they give themselves 100%, right? So we could change and not do a survey. We could look at attendance. We could look at maybe a survey and another metric. There were some agencies that we looked at, and Vice Chair, I don't remember them right off my head, but some don't even say how they measure board and commission success. They just give themselves a rating. There's nothing listed in the actual document that says how they came up with 100% or 80% or whatever metric they determined was their success. So we could continue with the survey and we could change some of those questions. We could, maybe add attendance. I'm just throwing ideas based on what I read from some other agencies' key performance measures.
Well, I understand, and I've looked at those. What I was really asking wasn't how we should do it. I think that is a question. What process would you like us as a commission to follow? What process would be useful to you to go into determining what we should suggest to the legislature that we do differently? Because we're stuck with the way we do it now, as I understand it. And tell me if I'm wrong. We're stuck with the way we do it now unless we get the legislature to approve a different way to do it. And so, what is your timetable for requesting changes? If I knew that, I could work with the commission on figuring out what we should suggest.
This information will be presented in the short session, which is February. But I believe we have to have a document probably early January. And then we would need to have, before we even do that, right, we would need to have commission approval, I would assume no later than our December meeting, which I believe is December 6th.
Great. We'll work on that. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Stephanie?
Yeah. Hi, sorry. I went off video for a second. I have some construction going in on my house and the doorbell rang and they showed up. So I'm going to go off video again as I try to figure out where to sit now that they're here. I just wanted to, having not been part of the conversation that has been going on about this PCRP and the amount of time that attorneys are expected to meet with court-appointed clients, I just wanted to, and maybe Caitlin is going to say something similar with their experience as well, but anecdotally, for the attorneys that are representing the parent clients specifically, and especially those who are facing drug affliction, houselessness, and homelessness, don't have cell phones, have domestic violence situations arising in their homes where a cell phone that's provided by the agency is no longer available 5 minutes later, and then a new number. I can just say that the effort put in by the attorneys sometimes looks like it's very small, like 0.2, is, an email or a phone call or a letter sent out when in fact there isn't more available because that client is just not available unless you are going out to homeless camps, which I know some attorneys do, and I'm not sure that all attorneys should be, certainly not without an investigator. And then the resources that takes up too are a lot on the offices that are doing this. So I just want to point out that somehow this metric, I think, needs to reflect the effort being put in by the lawyers, that they simply cannot get a return on their effort because the client's situations are just too great for that client to frankly care or want to communicate with that attorney. And so if there is a metric like that recognizes the amount of times, the amount of text messages that are being sent, the amount of calls that are being made, the amount of letters that are being sent out, I think that would show us that the effort is being made. The amount of times you're reaching out to DHS, which is another tricky situation because you don't want to let the agency know that the client is not communicating with their attorney. And so that's, for me, it's always been a very last resort to say, hey, I really need your help finding this client because I don't want them to know that my client, because that's just going to be in the next report that goes to the court. So I just, having not been in that conversation, I just want to say my experience is that often my numbers were lower because I have the clients who simply, and a lot of them, unfortunately, the dad clients are just not involved. And that doesn't reflect on the attorney's efforts, the attorney's diligence in trying to find those clients and doing their best to represent them.
Thank you. That's very helpful and very important contextual information. Really appreciate it. Caitlin?
Thank you. I think that's a really good point, Stephanie, and I would echo the concerns broadly that it's sometimes very difficult to contact clients despite our best efforts. I just wanted to say that it seems like providing trial level representation is obviously such a big piece of what OPDC does, and not just providing it, which is captured in KPM number 5, but hopefully providing it at a quality level. And I would certainly agree that the one that you're proposing removing is not a particularly good metric of quality of representation, both because it conflicts with the contract, but also because it doesn't really tell you anything about whether the attorney is putting what they learned into practice, for example. So I'm not sure I have a solution, but I think it would be great to think about if there's a KPM that could be developed to try to capture, are we supporting attorneys in providing quality representation to their clients? One thing that occurs to me is a lot of work has been put into the performance standards and whether there is some way that a KPM could capture whether trial attorneys are able to or are consistently putting those performance standards into practice. I think a survey is a possibility. I think it's difficult because if you put out a survey question that says, are you meeting these or do you have the time to meet these? You're putting people in potentially an awkward position. But like I said, I don't know that I have the solution, but something directed at, are we providing quality representation? Are these standards that we're adopting being met? I think would be great to think about.
Thank you. I have a couple of thoughts, unless other people have other thoughts too. I don't want to jump in ahead of anyone. Okay, doesn't look like it. One regarding PCRP. It's always occurred to me that part of the metric really ought to be not just how much time you're having direct contact with your client, but how much time you're spending advocating for your client, where your client is either also there or your client isn't there, but you're advocating, like the number of DHS meetings or school meetings or mental health provider meetings, RAP meetings or whatever other, wraparound services and things like that are being provided. I think that should be, because, we have to think about what the goal is. What are we actually trying to measure? What we're really trying to measure is how much client contact is the lawyer having with the client and advocacy work done on behalf of the client. So it isn't just about how much time are you sitting down with your client in your office. That's only a tiny part of the advocacy and only a tiny part of what we're really trying to measure. Because what we're really trying to measure is how much input are you getting for your client, and then you're advocating for what your client's desired wishes are. And that's the metric that that's what we need to measure. We need to measure those types of interactions so that we can show that the lawyers are doing the work that's expected to achieve the goal that we want, which is to get kids out of foster care faster. So that's kind of my thought. And along with that also goes into Caitlin's comment, which is we ought to be, and we can't do this yet, but we ought to be measuring the same thing in the adult representation. But we can't do that because we don't do timekeeping yet. And until we do timekeeping, which we do with PCRP, we can't measure that in the adult arena. But I just offer that up as something to, for the future when we have FCMS up and we're asking for minimal sorts of timekeeping like we are with PCRP, the KPM, and maybe this isn't in 27, 29, but it's in 30, 31, whatever, that would be the next iteration, is to have some sort of metric that measures that on the adult side as well. Because the number one thing we hear across the board, and we've all heard it as providers and we've heard it as people outside direct representation, is I never see my lawyer. And, and sometimes that's true, sometimes that's not true, but we ought to be measuring that. And that seems to be, it's not the number of motions you file, because sometimes you don't want to file motions. It's not how much the percentage of cases going to trial. It's not any of those things. It's how much client contact are you having, or contact on behalf of your client are you having. And so I think that, once we have the ability to measure that, that's what we ought to be measuring. Philippe?
Thanks, and sorry for being late, everyone, but I wanted to, I think, kind of add something that's complementary to what you were just bringing up, which is just that when we're talking about KPMs for PCRP and all the others, I do think it's important to think not only of what we as lawyers and practitioners see as metrics for success, but what's going to be successful in kind of talking about the success of these programs to legislative audiences and more broadly. And so, I think something that struck me when looking at these KPMs originally is that these are very much kind of inside baseball, and that it might be worthwhile to try to think of some that might have a more broad appeal to a larger audience. And I know, that there's kind of two components. One, we want to actually make sure that folks are doing what they're supposed to be doing in an accountability way. But I think that, we have to recognize that these are all public facing KPMs, and the legislature, who may not be paying as much attention as we are, it may be good to fashion these in ways that highlight success of, for example, the PCRP program, something that's not fully implemented. And so determining a KPM that may be a differential between PCRP and not PCRP may be something that would be advantageous in the long term, and then also help set the stage for trying to get every county to be PCRP. So I would just encourage us to maybe think broadly about KPMs and maybe make them, in some cases, and I know again that the outcome is not commiserate with the effort or the skill of the attorney, but kind of making them outcome oriented in some regards.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point. Okay, we hijacked the middle of your presentation. Oh, Ms. Freeman, please continue.
No, it was great. I appreciate it. I took lots of notes. So if you saw me looking down, that's because I was taking lots of notes. Okay, so we moved up 5, was 6, now it's 5. So this is our percent of the financially eligible individuals receiving a public defender with a target of 100%. And again, this one is for those individuals that are currently on the OJD, the Oregon Judicial Department Unrepresented dashboard. And this is for people that, have criminal, juvenile, post disposition relief. So it's everyone that's listed on that dashboard. We currently are focusing on in custody people that are listed in custody on that list. We're making sure that our case assignment coordinators are working with our providers, the Oregon Trial divisions, our 3 offices, to ensure we have people assigned within 7 days. We would like to continue to keep that 7 days as a metric. We also know that we need to look at the first time there is an assignment. We had some brief conversation last month at our commission meeting around there are conflict cases, right? So there are times when a client may go through several attorneys, but we need to count the first time they're assigned. And again, these are just things we've talked about internally around how do we measure this, so open for conversation. We also need to look cross-county wide. So if someone has, multiple charges in multiple counties, like if in Marion County they're out of custody, but they've been, in another county that they are on the unrep list in custody, we need to kind of look how does that play into the whole time frame and the metric. Just thinking about some of the specialty things that happen in assignment and with cases in multiple counties. So that's kind of where we are on that one. And I'm going to pause so I can seek suggestions and feedback from the commission members.
Well, I think we should be excluding anyone who's on warrant.
Yes, that one is excluded. Yes, thank you.
And then I think the 7 days should be 7 days from the date of arraignment on the charging instrument, because which would capture your out of county people.
Okay.
Because, and what I mean by that, to put a finer point on that, is if you are in custody on 2 cases in 2 counties, sometimes you'll show up on the unrepresented list on the, you'll have a lawyer at one in Lane County, but you'll have a case in Lynn County on the unrepresented list, but you aren't arraigned on that yet because you're dealing with the Lane County case. And so I don't think we ought to be counting that case that's on the unrepresented list in Lynn County until that person then is arraigned on the charge, or the warrant is, or they're arraigned on the warrant in Lynn County. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's going to also call that list, because it's bad data, right? It's junk data, because that's not really the people, although technically they're unrepresented. That's not, even when we didn't have an unrepresented crisis, there were thousands of people that fell into that category and they're not really unrepresented. And does anyone else have any thoughts about who to include in that data set and how to include them? I can't see everybody either. Let's see. I have to look at my little, okay, Philippe.
I don't have any actually concrete thoughts, but I think if you have the data, it might be helpful to see where the outliers are of that data to be able to see whether there's extenuating circumstances within that. And so, I do think that to the extent that where that this KPM is being monitored, there's a lot of judging that can happen with it. And so, I think that actually looking at the data set before it goes out and before those numbers are compilated to make sure that the ones that are being counted are actually the ones that are intended to be counted, not conflicts, not other types of cases. And I have a feeling that you're probably going to see that stand out on the data. So it might be helpful to be able to send out that data before it gets transmitted or made into a final KPM.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, if you can identify the outliers, you can figure out why they're outliers and then perhaps exclude that from the data set, that category. Or include it if it's appropriate, but. All right, any other comments or thoughts about the KPM so far? Okay, all right.
Okay, next slide, Mara. Okay, here are some recommended key performance measures. I do want to call out that we have looked, or I have looked at other agency key performance measures. I just randomly went through several agencies' reports to see, to kind of get an idea what are some of the KPMs that other agencies report on, and would they translate to what we could report on? So these are some we've had and some that I have found from other agencies. So the first one here is percent of timelines for key department activities that are not met. This one is actually a current KPM at DCBS, which is the Department of Consumer and Business Services. And how they measure it is the high performance levels by continuing to streamline processes and use and expand technology. What I have listed here in talking with the policy team and our internal key performance measure internal work group is the agency currently is working on many policies. And when we create internal policies, we are also creating internal procedures that go with the policies. We are still in very infinite stages of that work. It's very cross-sectional within the agency. We work with our subject matter experts or our SHMEs. We have, partnerships obviously around HR with HR policies, accounting, our fiscal team. But this is something that, the agency doesn't have a lot of policies and processes right now. So it would be something we could measure. Also, creation of operational guidance. Again, more procedures, more transparency, more information on the website. We could also look at other key deliverables. The key here is we have to determine what we want to measure each year, right? So in 2027, we couldn't just, let's just say, pick policies and procedures, and in 2028, pick something else. So kind of why this one's a little broad, because I would like to either look at, our policies and procedures. Do we look at annually, we do a risk assessment internally. So do we take an item off the risk assessment, the highest risk on the risk assessment? Open to some other thoughts, but these are just kind of some key thoughts we thought around this one. And I do see a couple hands up.
Tom?
Ms. Freeman, thanks very much for your presentation, which has been excellent. I just wanted to share a quick thought about whether the percentage of timelines for certain department activities being met would be a good criterion for evaluating our work. One thought occurs to me, working at a notoriously slow state government agency, the University of Oregon, is I would not want us to face pressure to proceed too quickly through, say, a policymaking task when we have to engage with so many different stakeholders who are at odds with one another. And I think we may be sort of uniquely challenged by the difficulty of the tasks we face. And so I wonder, I've been involved with some other commissions, and I could imagine this might be an appropriate metric for those other commissions, but I just worry that I would rather do our policymaking well than do it hastily if the KPM is pushing us to work quickly. But I'm not sure that's a good objection. It occurred to me intuitively, but maybe others know better.
Actually, before I move on to Susan, I just want to ask about that specifically. Do other commissioners have thoughts about that, about Tom's comment? Susan, do you want to talk about that?
I can talk about that and then add something.
Yeah, please.
So I agree that doing things well is more important than doing things on time. I know that frequently the commission has mentioned finding mistakes in reports, for example, typos and things like that, that I suspect are a result of doing things to a deadline as opposed to taking the time necessary. Typos aren't that important, except sometimes they are. So how you balance those two things in a KPM, I think is challenging. The question I had was, who is going to be surveyed for this KPM?
Well, this would be an internal KPM, so we wouldn't do a survey. It would be that we would, this is how I am envisioning it. We would determine that, okay, in 2027, we need to, and I appreciate the comments of let's not do this work fast. Because policy work and process development, there's nothing fast about that. So I appreciate that, because we do a really good job internally to make sure we've got the subject matter experts involved. Like the policy team isn't creating all this work and then going here to the agency, here it is. We've got reviews and it's coming through, you know, several people, and then it's being also reviewed by the executive team to make sure that, you know, we're looking at all the aspects of a policy and a process as well. So we could determine that in 2027, I'm just going to use a number and it may be too low, we're going to have 10 policies and all the procedures and processes completed in 2027.
So,
And that may be a very low number. I'm just using a number as an example.
So it's an internal survey. Does everybody in the agency weigh in on this, or who weighs in on it?
So this would be just in the creation. So currently the policy team has 100 policies within the agency that need to be created. And within those, we're going to need a process probably with the majority of those policies. This is just where we sit today.
So it's just a question of counting how many policies have been adopted this year.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what that tells you or what that tells us or what that tells anybody else who's looking at the KPM, because, you know, the sheer number of policies doesn't say anything about whether they're important policies or whether they're put together well or whether the internal process that you've just outlined was actually followed in adopting the policy. So I'm not sure what a raw number gives anybody that's valuable. I think there needs to be more substance to it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that substance would be, because this is the first time I've thought about it, but I'm happy to think about it some more.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would say I agree, especially in light of Philippe's comments. Like, what are we trying? What's the story we're trying to tell? That's really what our KPM should be designed for. You know, what are we trying to accomplish, and what's the story we're trying to tell? And we are, a part of our story is that we are, you know, maturing into a sophisticated, you know, functional executive branch agency. That is part of our story, but do we want that to be a main part of our story? And I don't know if we do, especially in light of what we may be facing coming later to talk about budget cuts and our ability to adhere to a KPM like that, simply by virtue of the fact that we might not have the staff to do that. So just a couple thoughts. And we haven't talked about the 75% more, but I will just say I think that's really problematic, because we expect 100%. And if we're ever going to try to enforce contract terms, if we get into something that's sideways with the provider, I don't think we want a KPM that gives the impression that 75% is okay. So that's just this is a thought off the top of my head about that. But I haven't. I mean, it's the first time I've seen it, so I haven't thought it through more than that. But it also occurred to me while we were sitting here that, you know, one of the things that this commission and the agency has really heard over and over and over again, which would be a really easy metric that I think is important to measure, is payment times. Are we meeting the 45-day payment time as required by the statute? And if we want to change that number from 45 days to something else, the commission can decide to pick a different date. But I think, you know, that's a super easy metric to measure. It's internal data only. It tells the story that we want to tell. And if we can't meet that, then okay, it tells the legislature that we need to have more staff to be able to meet that metric. So that's something that, and that may be something that goes away, you know, in a few years once we get FCMS up and running. And, you know, every year we've said, yes, we're able to do this. And now we're down to 25 days or whatever, pie in the sky, but still. So that's just a thought that I had off the top of my head. But more to follow. We're bumping up against 10 o'clock, and that's why I'm sort of rushing. I'm sorry.
No, that's great.
But November 6th can our next work group session. Let's continue this discussion.
Okay.
Have it on the agenda, and we can continue to work through these issues with the goal of trying to pin this down by the December meeting.
Okay, that sounds great.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. All right, and with that, we will start the main commission meeting. And I will start by just saying welcome to the October 15th, 2015 Oregon Public Defense Commission meeting. The first item on the agenda is to welcome our 3 new commissioners, who I will ask them individually to give a little bit of a background and bio about themselves as way of introduction. And I'll first list them, and then I'll call on the individual commissioners to give some more information. So we have 2 new non-voting members, Caitlin Plummer, who's the Executive Director of Lane County Public Defender, and Haley Olson, who is an investigator from Eastern Oregon. And then on November 20th, but appearing today, is our newest voting member, Stephanie Engelsman, who is a former provider, mostly in the juvenile arena, who is currently serving as a member of the Portland School Board. So Ms. Plummer, why don't you give a little bit more information and your brief background about, and one of the things that I would like for you all to address is why you wanted to be on the commission. So Ms. Plummer.
Thank you, Chair Nash. As Chair Nash said, my name is Caitlin Plummer. I'm the Executive Director of Public Defender Services of Lane County. We're the primary provider of public defense services in Lane County. We do about 80% of the cases, working alongside our colleagues at the Lane County Defense Consortium, who handle the rest of them for the most part. I've been in this role for about a year. Before that, I was a staff attorney and a supervising attorney at this office. And though I am running the office now, I still also handle a caseload. So I'm very much in the trenches doing the work. Prior to coming to Oregon, I worked in indigent defense in various different contexts in various states. I worked in Wisconsin and Michigan, doing mostly wrongful convictions work at legal clinics. And then I also worked in California for a while doing appellate representation of indigent clients. So I'm hopeful that my experience working in different jurisdictions and at different stages of the process will be helpful to the commission. And why I wanted to work in this role is to provide the provider perspective that I hope will be helpful for the commission as it is considering all of the things that it considers. And I'm very happy to be here as a voice, so to speak, for those of us doing the work and to make sure that the commission has all the information it needs from me. And I hope to be helpful in that way. And I'm happy to be here working with all of you.
Thank you. And Ms. Olson.
So my name is Haley Olson. I'm a defense investigator out of Eastern Oregon. I've worked pretty much solely indigent work, dependency, delinquency, and a criminal. And I've been passionate about it since I've started in it. And I'm a rodeo mom. My kid does rodeo. I travel all over the state for casework and everything else. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be a voice for investigators, case managers, people that work alongside all of the providers around the state, both contract, hourly, and previously consortia. So just happy to be here with you guys.
And I will also say that one of the unique things that Haley brings to the commission is that she has extensive experience with administrative rulemaking and governance due to other experience that she has. And so I know Vice Chair Mandenberg especially is very excited about having her on the commission, and I expect I will be having a discussion with her very shortly about joining the governance committee. And I know that Commissioner Lipscomb, who I promised a phone call and then promptly forgot to call, it is not a good fit for him to be on the governance committee. So I am hoping that we can perhaps swap those two out. So, and Commissioner Lipscomb is very
I
happy
would love
about
that. Yeah, I'm very interested. I love policy, so.
Great, that works out well then. All right, Miss Engelsman.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stephanie Engelsman. I graduated from Lewis and Clark, and I say that only because during my third year, I was a CLS with the Multnomah County DA's office and very quickly realized that I was on the wrong side. I was in Illinois for a little while after graduating, where I worked as a state level, trial level public defender, and the system over there was that we were state employees. And then I moved back in 2007 and joined the Metropolitan Public Defender's Office, where I worked until I switched to YRJ in 2019. In 2011, I moved to the Major Felony Unit and started to work on juvenile Measure 11s, among other things. And so that's where I started to get the experience with juvenile work, and specifically in the Measure 11 world, because we had not yet fixed juvenile Measure 11 with the Senate Bill 1008. And then in 2019, Youth Rights and Justice recruited me to come over because of the change happening with Senate Bill 1008 and the need for a provider over there who could work on the 1008 cases. And so in 2019, I joined YRJ, worked with them until I left public defense in January to run my own school board campaign in Portland Public. So many voters in Multnomah County got to vote for me. I won that election in May and have been serving on the PPS school board since July. And I ran very heavily on the fact that I was a juvenile public defender and a public defender. And so I saw firsthand the intersection of when schools fail our children in our community and what happens and how they end up as my clients in the public defense world. And I wanted to serve, and I'm delighted to be here because I believe both my sort of colliding worlds of schools and children and my very recent and very long-term experience, as Ms. Plummer said, in the trenches working as a trial level public defender, I think is a perspective I can bring and will happily bring to the commission.
Wonderful. We're very happy to have all of you. And as I mentioned in our work group session, we now have a full commission as of November 20th. And as of November for until December 31st, when I will be rotating off the commission, my term will end. And so there will be a voting position that's open, and my specific position is recommended by the Speaker of the House, and it is a person who has experience in general juvenile or criminal law, including an advocacy role. So it doesn't have to be a lawyer. It can be a person involved in criminal law advocacy or juvenile law advocacy as well. So openly soliciting people who are interested, please let me or anyone at the agency know that you're interested in that role. And we are going to try to get that filled as quickly as possible. All right, and with that, we'll turn to public comment. We've received one set of written comments from Oregon AFSCME, which were actually for the September meeting, but were received after the deadline. So they're appended to the October meeting materials. And we've received one request for oral written comment, and that is from Lynn Morgan, who I do see. So whenever you are ready to begin, you may begin. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Nash and Commissioners. If you've had a chance to review my written materials, you know that there are significant problems with the September contract the agency offered the hourly attorney providers. We first raised these issues with the agency individually and then collectively asking for clarification and for meaningful negotiation. The agency's response initially was to tell us that the words in the contract did not mean what they say, to decline to negotiate, and to send us on our way. Summarily cutting loose nearly 70 experienced and talented defense attorneys who undertake representation of those charged in the most serious and complex cases would significantly worsen the public defender crisis. Yesterday afternoon, the agency expressed a change of heart and is now willing to meet with representatives, of the hourly attorney provider group for meaningful negotiations. We intend to move quickly, to negotiate in good faith, and to secure a contract favorable to both the providers and to the public. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this public comment.
Thank you. We really appreciate your input. And I do just, we usually don't comment about public comment, but I will just say that we are going to address a number of the specifics that were raised, that the director is going to address those generally during his director's report. And we do appreciate you bringing those to our attention and to the executive director's attention. And we are very, 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 I'll just keep saying very appreciative of all of the work that our hourly providers provide, and we don't want you to go anywhere. So thank you very much for hanging in there and working through these issues with us.
Thank you, Chair Nash. That's very kind. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, and then now we will turn to an update regarding the unrepresented persons attorney shortage. Director Sancharian.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I was having trouble getting off mute. Mara, if you could put up my slides. So thank you all for having me here today. I do have an update on the unrepresented numbers for a number of our counties across the state. So I would say that this version, by the way, of the unrepresented update, it's going to look a lot different than the ones that we've presented in the past. One thing that we're trying to do is to align our updates a bit more directly with the updates that we send out at the beginning of every month to stakeholders as well. While the data would be updated, it's going to be a little bit more in depth, particularly for some of our specific counties than the old reports. It doesn't necessarily mean that we'll talk about every county every month, though. If you have questions, however, about any of our counties, just please let me know. So next slide, please, Mara. So I'll start off just with a statewide viewpoint. And it's been very interesting tracking the numbers over the past several weeks as we approach the end of our 23-25 contracts and signing our new 25-27 contracts. And in fact, over the last few commission meetings, I've often been, pleased to report that we've seen some overall declines across the state in our unrepresented numbers. However, as we approach the end of October or the end of September and the beginning of October, we began to see some leveling off or some creeping up of the numbers. I think that worried us internally, but then we also believed that much of that upward growth in certain areas was likely tied to coming to the end of our contracts and coming to the end of the capacity that we had contracted for over the past couple of years. And at least so far, the initial data returns since the beginning of October seem to be confirming that information. As somebody who's a data scientist, I always wait to see more than a week or two to make sure that a trend is actually a trend as opposed to some noise within the data. But at least as of yesterday, when I pulled this information and put it into the slide, we can see that despite that upward trajectory or leveling off, depending on which line we're looking at, we've kind of resumed a downward trajectory again since the signing of contracts at the beginning of October. And so that's something we're going to keep a close eye on and hope to continue to see that trend moving forward. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about a few of our individual counties. We do have some good news to report across a few of them here. I'm happy to start off with Coos County. It's near the top of the alphabet, but also it's a good positive that we can discuss today. And so in Coos County, if you look at the numbers, if you go to the, especially the out of custody numbers as of today, it shows that there are just 16 individuals who are left on the unrepresented list in Coos County. Much of that was connected to the fact that in this new contracting cycle, we added a new consortia in Coos County. They currently have a little bit over 3 MAC in Coos County right now. An additional individual is going to be added in November to that consortia as well. Once our contract was fully signed with that consortia, we requested that the consortia take essentially all cases off of the unrepresented list. They took the cases that they could. There are about 20 that are left. And when I say the cases that they could, 16 of those 20 were already slated for our early resolution docket on the 24th of this month. And so hopefully we'll go from 16 or from 20 down to single digits in Coos County and maybe be close to 0 very soon. So I'm happy to report back there. The addition of that consortium in Coos County it's a huge help. We do know that we're about to transition one of our OPDC trial lawyers from Coos County back to Marion County. And then also due to some other dynamics across the state, our trial division is not going to be able to help out quite as much there, but we think that we actually have a lot of stability that's built into the county now to maintain positive trajectory going forward. Next slide, please. Second, we'll talk about Marion. In Marion, we continue to see, or we have seen significant reductions throughout much of this year. We started off the year at around the mid 600s when we were entering March, and we have been below 200 since around the beginning of September. Much of those improvements can be attributed to docketing changes within the courts. For folks who attended the meeting that we had in person last month, Judge Prawl did a wonderful job of explaining how a lot of those changes have really helped to manage the population that we have. We also know that as we got toward the end of the previous contract cycle, our consortia in Marion County MCAD added some FTE. They increased some FTE there. And also the public defender in Marion County, they began taking more cases, at least compared to their historical averages. Marion County, I'll talk about when we get to the director's update and talk about contracting a little bit. We do have some dynamics in Marion County that are changing due to a contracting dispute that we have with the public defender of Marion County. But I will note that as of yesterday, at least, we have not added a new case to the unrepresented list tied to that issue. And so that's something we're closely monitoring to make sure that this success story does not turn around in the wrong direction. Next slide, please. Also, we've seen a lot of positive movement in Jackson County since the beginning of the year. While Marion County's downward trajectory began in March, this one really began closer to January, as you can see on the chart to our right. We know that Los Abogados, they added FTE in February and August. The OPDC trial team has also been fully staffed through this year in our remote office down in Medford. They staff an arraignment once a week and take all in-custody cases that are on the docket that day to avoid having any of those cases go onto the unrepresented list. And we've also been engaging in an early resolution docket that removes around 25 cases from the unrepresented list per month with the trial team as well. Next slide, please. Switching from some of the more positive stories to some areas that we really need to work hard to make some progress in. Results in Multnomah County are generally mixed. We've seen that the growth that has been occurring in Multnomah County for a significant period of time at least has begun to slow and level off. We have been working with the local district attorney to set up an early resolution docket, but we know that some of the techniques that we've been trying in other counties with much smaller unrepresented lists, they would only go so far in a county where we have, individuals on the list more in the thousands as opposed to the hundreds. And so I have another meeting that's being scheduled with the district attorney so we can continue to have some discussions about what we can do in Multnomah County to try to make some greater impact on the list. We also, again, we'll talk a little bit more detail and I'll show you the exact numbers in the director's update. We do have additional contracted for capacity that will be added to Multnomah County coming up in our new contracting cycle. And so we hope that at least in the initial stages of this new contract, having additional bodies will begin to help to address some of the concerns that we have up there. And next slide, please. The trend in Washington County is very similar. I met with DA Barton earlier this week, and so we're engaged in discussions about other types of programs or ideas that we could use to try to continue to see reductions in Washington County. We also, again, have some pretty significant investments in the county for increased FTE or MAC compared to our prior contract. And so it's also hopeful, again, that with more capacity, that will allow us to address the cases that are being filed within the county. Next slide, please. And then one that we don't usually talk about, but I think is another good bright spot, is Union and Wallowa County. We've had some concerns about Union County in particular over the past several months as we've seen the number of unrepresented people grow there. This is actually combined data for Union and Wallowa because of the way we contract there. But again, with the addition of the new contract, with the start of this new contract cycle and through some creativity within the court, we were able to essentially eliminate the unrepresented numbers that we had in Union and Wallowa County just within the past few days. Next slide, please. Finally, or I guess we have 2 more slides, I believe. Our trial division continues to take unrepresented cases. Our trial division as a whole reached or took its 3,000th case a few days ago. And so we saw that as kind of a nice milestone for our hardworking folks within the trial division. They continue to be directed by me to address the crisis first and foremost. And so we try to be available wherever we can to address those cases that come up. Next slide, please. I think there's one more. Oh, thank you. So one thing I also wanted to note is that for many, I won't say many years, it's at least over a year or 2 predating me, OPDC has been releasing monthly information on the crisis, and OJD has been doing the same. OJD, through discussions with OPDC, has elected to end their monthly reporting, and essentially that responsibility is turned over in its entirety to OPDC. One thing that I wanted to talk to OJD about is they have a lot of data points that we don't necessarily have access to, that I want to make sure that if that responsibility is falling to us, that we are able to both measure and report out on some of those important metrics. And an example of that is posted here. I think one of the more important metrics that we have is being able to look at the cases entering versus exiting unrepresented status, because that's really something that will show us where problems are burgeoning and where problems are being solved. And so I just post the data here that we're able to get from their dashboard. I do have an ask to our data team in their discussions with OJD, however, to see if we can get this data broken down by county. I would love to be able to see this by county, by month, so that we can monitor our counties much more closely as well. But I put this up to show what we're going to be able to do in the future, but also just to make sure to message out to the community that if you're missing OJD's data updates, they did send out an email to all of the folks who'd signed up for their updates, discussing this transition, but also look to us. We're going to be taking, taking over that responsibility. And so if you have questions or if there are things you miss from the old OJD reports, also feel free to let us know, and we can see if we can port those over as well. So this time, if folks have any questions, I'd be happy to take questions. Otherwise, that's my unrepresented report.
Are there questions by commissioners? I don't see any. I have a comment. I think it would be, you're right, it would be very, very helpful to have the data for the entering and exiting by county. Over the time I've been on the commission, I have really evolved to the place where I have thought of this issue not as a statewide issue, but as a county by county issue, and meaning that the solutions for this really have to be local, more than the commission setting. I mean, the commission setting certain policies or acting in certain ways can only do so much and not nearly enough. And these issues are really dependent upon local actions on the part of the public safety providers. And without that data, we can't identify that, and we can't really support that information to be able to, that helpful information to be able to provide to the providers. I mean, it's Multnomah County and Washington County are really, really difficult places to address these issues. And the more we're able to show that this is that these issues are related directly to the county practices, whatever those practices may be, I think is very helpful for us and for them as well.
I appreciate that comment, Chair. And you're right, when we see those data by county, it also leads us to be able to ask those questions. And so you're right, it might be county dynamics, it might be a large, drug bust or something in the county. There's lots of different things that can be there, but when we see those, that it can be the canary in the coal mine to lead us to ask a lot more questions.
Commissioner Lipscomb?
And I just wanted to say that was very helpful. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on, unless there's other comments or questions. All right, moving on next to the director's update. Director Sancherigan.
Thank you. More of me. So a little bit longer of a director's report today. And I also received notice that my microphone may have been kind of going in and out a tiny bit on my last report. So if there are times where you can't hear me, please stop or raise your hand. I wasn't doing anything different, but I guess that's the joys of technology. Next slide, please, Mara. So the bulk of my report today is going to focus on a summary of our contracts that we have entered into with our providers over the past several weeks. And so I'm going to start, especially because we have a couple new folks on the commission, with just a review of how we drafted the contracts, at least as far as how we determined levels of MAC that we were going to be offering in various counties, so that can then lead into some very detailed charts that I will go through and hit some highlights on, but certainly would be happy to answer questions that folks have on specific data points, or if you'd like to follow up, please don't hesitate to do so. There's going to be a lot of information, so just let me know if you have anything that you'd like to dive into a little bit more deeply. So a couple notes on the basic process that we took. Staff, as they began to develop contracts and to determine the amount of capacity that we would need within a given jurisdiction, they focused on three different types of information. The first is that we utilized the DAS, Office of Economic Analysis Forecast. That's the DAS OEA abbreviation there. And that is a statutorily mandated forecast that is created by economists within the Department of Administrative Services in partnership with the agency, with OJD, and with other stakeholders to try to determine how many folks will be eligible for public defense into the future and what caseloads will look like as well. And so just as an example, I've put up some of the figures that were included in the April 2025 forecast that show, everybody can see the COVID dip in eligibles and caseloads, especially for adults. But this is both a combination of historical data and forecasted data that is used to try to determine what caseloads and new eligibles are going to look like going into, on a 10-year timeline. And so we took that information, the economists at DAS, they published both a statewide look, which is what you see in the illustration here, but they also published detailed tables, county by county and crime type by crime type. And when I say crime type, I don't mean individual crimes, but Measure 11 crimes, serious felonies, minor felonies, misdemeanors, in those types of buckets. So we received that information. Our folks in our financial division then convert the forecasted numbers into MAC that would be needed within individual jurisdictions. We then combine that information with
maybe you should define MAC just
yeah apologies into our maximum attorney caseload numbers. And so the MAC is based on a presumption of 300 misdemeanors within a given year, but then is weighted upward or downward depending on the seriousness of charges. And so it would be weighted downward, which means that you could do more probation violations than misdemeanors, and it's weighted upwards up into murder and Jessica's Law cases, which would necessitate only 6 of those cases to create a full caseload per year. And so that's why having those detailed tables broken down by crime types that correspond with our different MAC levels is really important, so that we can look at what a caseload should look like within a jurisdiction and then calculate the MAC that would be needed in that jurisdiction from there. We also combine that information with the data that is reported to us by our providers. And that's mainly done because the forecast itself, it's only completed twice a year. And so if we take the forecast information from April, that's already rather old. We have, by the time we get to October, we have several months of information or data that have come into us by contractors that we can use to try to true up what those estimates would look like, to make sure that what was predicted back in April is actually coming to fruition. We then also combine that with our local knowledge of these given areas. We have analysts who are given regions within the state, and it is their responsibility to know as best they can what is going on in the ground within those jurisdictions. And so all of that information is combined together to create the MAC numbers that we would need from each jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Our contractors then work with OPDC staff to provide proposals where they can outline their staffing plans and needs for the 25-27 cycle. And that can be everything from if you have multiple vacancies or are expecting to hire some individuals, that's where you can tell us what you expect to see in the upcoming contract cycle. You can ask for additional FTE if you believe that your firm can grow, or in the alternative, if you have retirements or folks who've left your firm or consortia, then you're able to suggest that you would like to see, a downward reduction in your upcoming contract. And so then we take all of that together, we look at what we need, we look at what is proposed, and we try to come up with proposals for each jurisdiction, and then work with our contractors through, essentially a negotiation to talk through what that looks like. Next slide, please. Oh, one more, there we go. So I'm going to get to the more detailed tables, but I want to just to make sure to communicate what we're looking at today as far as our full-time equivalent numbers and our MAC numbers. So first, the data presented today represents what we have contracted for in this initial contract phase. In some instances, there are contractors who expect to bring on additional FTE or additional folks in the near future. But if that is not happening now, then that is not included in these numbers. One example I have of that is I've already mentioned that in Coos County, we have a new consortia. Currently, they are contracted with us for 3.6 FTE, but in November, that will increase to 4.3. And so it's just a note to say that any of these numbers that you see today, there is a degree of, dynamic moving upwards and downwards that's going to happen throughout the biennium. And that can be, again, because we may have contracted for something that comes in the future. For many of our contractors, we'll see upwards of 10 or more amendments throughout the process or throughout the biennium. And so you'll see those numbers moving up and down. And so it's a little bit of a moving target. What we have here today is a snapshot of the initial contract phase. I also want to note that our contracted MAC that you'll see today does not necessarily reflect what is currently on the ground. For example, in Multnomah County, we have 13 FTE that are currently pending bar results that hopefully should be out any day now. But that means that at the moment, they are not able to take cases until those bar results come, and hopefully they all pass. And so that's just to note that what you're seeing today, if you ask the agency for the same information in a month, it may look a little bit different, but it shouldn't be different in a large scale sense. It would only be different to reflect these types of things that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. So I have some slides broken down by, next slide, Maura. Thank you. So this is where all the numbers come in. And again, I'll try to pause on these, or at least hit some highlights as we go along. But I have first two slides that summarize our FTE and MAC information for all of our adult contracts. So what we have is our county or counties where the contract has been agreed to. We have our contracted for FTE for 25-27. And then we have the difference in contracted for FTE compared to 23-25. We then have the same for MAC. What is the current MAC that we are contracted for as of today? And what is the difference in MAC compared to the 23-25 contracts? And so what I wanted to show both was what is the capacity that we have contracted for currently, but then how does that differ compared to what we saw during the last contract cycle? And at the end of each table, so on the next slide, there'll be a total FTE difference, MAC, and difference across the state. Just a couple of highlights that I would, I've already mentioned the new addition in Coos County. I think that that's an important one to mention. We also have, let me see, I just have some notes on a couple different jurisdictions here. So one I'd like to just highlight real quickly, because it looks like there is a pretty significant reduction in both FTE and MAC, is our grant in Harney County. Line item here, as you can see, that we have a negative 2.36 and negative 2.61 in Grant Harney County. That is not necessarily a loss of capacity within the county. We did have one of our providers who converted from a capacity contract to an hourly contract. And so they are still working in the county, but they're just not counted in this bucket anymore. And that's probably the one with the largest reduction that I would see on this initial slide. So unless there are individual counties or jurisdictions that folks have questions about, I'll just pause for a moment, and then I'll have Mara move to the next slide in a moment. And I see that Commissioner Knabb has a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering where Multnomah and Washington were in relation to this.
That Commissioner, that will be the next slide. This is just the first half of the counties.
Right.
I figured 16-point font is probably the minimum that you all would tolerate looking in a meeting. And so unfortunately, I can't cram them all on the same slide.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris.
Thanks. Can you explain for us the difference between FTE and MAC? And can you explain why the difference in some of these are pretty significant percentage-wise, and some of them are de minimis?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. There are going to be different causes for a gap or a delta between FTE and MAC. In some of those cases, those are individual attorneys who take caseloads that are partial caseloads. Once you convert them from FTE to MAC, we also have, especially within our nonprofit firms, we have individuals who are receiving a supervision credit. So what a supervision credit will do is, even if you are a full FTE individual, that will actually reduce the amount of MAC that you are required to perform. We also have, and I have a slide that shows some of the impact of this later, our reduced first year caseload program that is taken advantage of both within our firms and at some of our consortia as well. And so it really varies by provider and by county, but those I'd say are the three primary drivers of what you would see between those deltas. And you know, some of them are consistent across FTE and MAC, especially in our smaller counties. But then you're right, some of those are pretty large. And I see you have a follow-up, Commissioner.
I do. Can you explain the difference, what FTE is? MAC, I'm assuming, is just a caseload standard of 300 points per month or per year. Or is an FTE actually what I consider FTE is full-time employment? So we're paying full price for that position, but then that MAC is different than how many seats we're paying for. Is that the difference here?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So here is the other half, and certainly for you, Commissioner Knabb, looking at Multnomah and Washington counties. One thing I will note, and I touched on this earlier during our during the unrepresented update, is for Marion County, I do want to note that as everyone should be aware, the public defender of Marion County elected not to sign a contract with us during the current biennium, and that represents, if I remember correctly, 16 MAC. I asked our analysts for this table to not include the loss of that MAC currently in the Marion County in the Marion County totals, because I did not want that to necessarily, 16 MAC is a large reduction, and that in and of itself would, I believe, it wouldn't characterize appropriately what we have contracted for across the rest of the state. Because that is something that is an ongoing issue that we'll discuss during executive session as far as, the status of that situation. And then also, there's no way that we can survive in Marion County for the duration of the biennium with only one provider, which is our provider now, the consortia down here. And so at some point we'll have to figure out something to do with that MAC, but I just wanted to make sure that that was noted, that Marion County, it would change the numbers if we counted the loss of that MAC, but I didn't think it would be appropriate just for this summary that we're going through at the moment. So going back to Commissioner Knabb's question, you'll see that in Multnomah, we did add 5 point or a little bit over 5 MAC for that county. In Washington, it's around 3 MAC in that county. So we have seen some growth there. And I see that Commissioner Harris has a question.
You're muted,
You're
Ralph.
muted.
Yeah, and it took me a second to find my little arrow. Just to call this out, you know, Multnomah and Washington County are showing fully a third of the FTEs are not doing MAC. I mean, however you want to say that, but basically you're paying for 122 positions and you're getting 84 MAC. That's fully a third. Now, I'm not saying it should be zero difference here, but that's significantly different. And Washington County is the same number, by the way. That's significantly different percentage-wise than many of these other counties that I'm looking at here. And I'm just going to call that out as that's a flag, and particularly 2 counties that have some of the worst unrepresented problems. So I'm sure you're adding capacity, which means a lot of those lawyers at 50%, which is going to definitely impact the MAC. But I'd like to get some information on any county that exceeds 20% or some number. I mean, I'd like to know that information.
Those have the large public defender offices. So they have the supervision pieces and they have SPPE programs, which reduce capacity. I think that's what captures those numbers. Is that right, Ken?
That certainly captures it, at least in part. That's correct. And we'd be happy to follow up with additional data that break down, you know, by provider for those counties as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's inappropriate, by the way. I just like to understand what's going on there.
Yeah. When I look at Multnomah, for example, the reduced caseload program numbers that I have in front of me, which we should have on slides farther down as well, we've got 3 folks on the reduced caseload program, 4 SPPE candidates, and this is across the county. And so then, yes, we would also have the supervision at those larger organizations as well. I see Commissioner Plummer.
Yeah.
I was also wondering whether that FTE includes in-house investigation.
This total should include everything. Yes, that is correct.
So I think that would be a big part of the explanation for some of those counties with large public defense providers as well, that we're capturing in-house investigation.
Yes, and I was just confirming, looking back at the detailed spreadsheet, that yes, these numbers would include investigation funding, admin funding, all of those items. Yep.
Well, yeah, but that's FTE is a different number. That's the number of bodies, right?
Yeah, right. That's correct.
Right. So that's fine. I mean, you could asterisk that and say of these 122 positions, 15 of them are investigators. I don't see that broken down. You're comparing MAC to FTE. MAC is clearly attorney focused, right? Caseload.
That's
focused.
correct. Right. And that's why
FTE, I assumed, was also attorney focused. If that's not the case, then I guess that's information that I would like to know.
Yeah, we can do a breakdown for that. I don't have that breakdown in my detailed spreadsheet as far as the attorney FTE versus the investigator FTE at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
So we can follow up with that. Yep. Okay, we'll move on to our next slide. And so this is the total for our adult criminal contracts. We do have our juvenile contracts, and then PCRP is going to be a separate table. Juvenile contracts will also stretch across two different slides here, just due to space. If you can remember all the way back to my initial slides that had the picture of the graphs from the OEA forecast, you would notice that we see an overall downward trajectory for caseloads within the juvenile arena, which is something that we've seen for a little while. And so we did have some reductions, whether it was in our juvenile contracts or our PCRP contracts. I just wanted to flag that for folks in our most recent October forecast meeting, because we're going to have a new forecast any day now. We continue to see the same trend in the juvenile arena. So that's just a flag for us as we go forward. I don't have many specific notes for our juvenile contracts, but I will just pause for a moment to give you all a moment to look at this large collection of numbers before we go on to the next slide, which will have the second half of the juvenile contracts alphabetized. Next slide, please, Mara. So here we have from Lane through Washington for our juvenile non-PCRP contractors. And then Mara, if you want to go to our last slide. So these are our PCRP contractors. They all fit onto a single slide that we have here. And I think that one of the areas that we saw due to that caseload reduction that I just mentioned overall across the state, one of the larger areas that felt that reduction when we looked at the county-wide tables was Multnomah County, that you'll notice here with a loss of 2 MAC in Multnomah County for PCRP. And I will note as well, it's not something that's easy to reflect in these types of tables, but we have a lot of organizations that handle both juvenile and adult casework. And in some cases, we may have a loss of MAC in one area may have been made up for in other areas. And so there's separate contracts, and they've been presented here as separate, but certainly in our discussions with our local providers, it may have sounded much more like, well, we have somebody, we need to basically take 0.6 MAC, from your adult contract, for example, and bump it over to juvenile. And so in some cases, it's more of a representation of a shift in capacity as opposed to a pure gain in one area and a loss in the other. And I see Commissioner Inglesman has a question.
Only if, would you go back one slide? I was looking at the data and I didn't get quite to the, thank you.
Apologies for moving too quickly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so if there aren't questions about PCRP, I have a couple breakdowns that are just a little bit more specific to some of our contracting that we've done this cycle. So if you could move on, Mara, to our next slide, please. So first we have just a rundown of our, and actually now that I see, I apologize. I was making this presentation up actually through the work group. Mara had to deal with at least 5 versions of this. I'm going to have to update this slide. I had our analysts go back through all of our rocks to double check our numbers, but I'll report what I have on my updated spreadsheet now, and I will supplement the slides going forward. So we do have a total of 22 reduced caseload participating individuals across our different jurisdictions. Clackamas is correct at 3. I believe Coos is correct at 1. There's just an addition that I'll put out. So we have 22 total, and I'll amend this slide and we'll resend this out to the commission and post it online. And I'll note too that I had already had Mara remove, or I had already removed the slide when I sent it to Mara for our 115% program participation because I was updating it as we were working on other things. We had 42 individuals who have elected to take advantage of the reduced caseload program. When I update these slides for the reduced caseload program participation program, you'll see an additional slide solely for a county by county breakdown of the folks who took advantage of the 115% program. And for our new commissioners, just for clarification, the 115% program, that was tied to the letter that I filed with the governor not too long after my arrival here at OPDC. We elected to create a program whereby lawyers who met certain qualifications could elect to take up to 115% of MAC and to be paid for those cases that they were taking to provide additional capacity within our counties to address the crisis. Next slide. Oh, yes, Chair.
I was to say, just to clarify, there's 42 people who took the 115% and 22 reduced.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please, Maura. And we have also our sum of SPPE candidates here. And now I'm showing that I'm 1 off on that one as well. So Clackamas. I will update this one as well. There are 18 SPPE candidates across the state, and this one will be updated to reflect that. apologies. This is, I think, a good example of what we were talking about earlier, especially with Vice Chair Mandenberg, of trying to work as quickly as possible to have everything ready to go. But they will be updated for you shortly. Next slide, please, Maura. And actually, we'll pause there for a moment. So I didn't create a slide to discuss our hourly contracts. That we are ongoing, working on hourly contracts and getting those hourly contracts returned. Yes, we plan to have a meeting with the folks who are represented during our public comment today. We're open to having discussions about the concerns that they have. Right now, we're working on scheduling a meeting for in-person meeting here in Salem in the next week or so that we can discuss those concerns. My understanding is the concerns mainly focus on a new provision in the contract that provides for a discussion after an individual contractor takes 1,000 hours of cases with the state. My understanding is that the main justification for a type of provision like that is to ensure that we are not essentially, as state actors, contracting for folks that should be essentially treated as full-time employees. And that is that's something that really doesn't apply within public defense. This is a wider executive branch concern to ensure that we're not, again, contracting with folks on the side that should be truly state employees, receive the benefits and the protections of state employees, that we as a state entity are not trying to get around those protections by doing hourly contracts with folks. But we're certainly willing to have discussions with the folks who have concerns about that, whether that is concerning, additional language or clarification to those provisions. We're also more than happy to talk about insurance, indemnification, some of the issues that we've talked about with our other contractors with that group as well. So we're looking forward to that discussion as soon as we can get that scheduled. Moving on from contracts, I just have a couple brief updates on upcoming meetings. We do have our November governance subcommittee meeting that's coming up on November 6th, and then our November commission meeting, which will be a shorter virtual meeting because we will be having a December meeting only about a week and a half, if I remember correctly, afterwards, which will be more of a true full meeting. So for the governance subcommittee, we may need to reschedule that due to committee availability, but we're looking into making sure that we have a meeting cadence that works for everybody. We need to continue to discuss revisions to the commission bylaws, the creation of a commissioner handbook for new commissioners, and then establishing an evaluation process for the director of the agency. In our work group meeting, we hope to cover the comprehensive public defense report that we are going to file with the legislature, public defense status reports, and then any topics we've carried over from this meeting. I do need to note that the November commission meeting time is wrong. It should be on the 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. more normal cadence that we have. However, again, for the November meeting, I don't believe that we will need that full amount of time. Our plan for November is to host a new commissioner orientation and perhaps have some presentations by either DOJ or IT that could both act as information for commissioners on things like public meeting law, but then also from IT to hopefully count for the workday trainings that I know all of you are not always thrilled to have to do by the end of the year, if nothing else, because it's hard to log into Workday. And so if we can get some of those things to count for those classes for you, then that's what our plan is to do. Next slide, please, Maura. My final portion of my update is just on FCMS. As I reported in our last meeting, we do have a selected vendor. We have filed a notice of intent to contract with that vendor. We did, however, receive a protest from the other non-successful vendor. And it is in the point of that protest where we are drafting our answer to the protest in cooperation with DOJ, and it's my hope that that goes out in the next several days. And that concludes my director's report for today.
Does anyone have any questions about the director's report or any of the information contained in it? All right, I'll just say, I mean, I could talk about it now, even though it's on the agenda to talk about later for me. Every year, commissioners are required to do a cybersecurity training and prevention of harassment training. And you'll get those nice little reminders saying you haven't done them yet, sent from Workday that are automated. And so that's what we're hoping to do in the November meeting, to present those as a group, which will then count and you won't have to log in and do them yourselves. And then the third one is to have the Department of Justice come and do a public meeting training so that we can continue to give information to commissioners about the requirements about communication and public meeting rules, so that we can ensure that, I mean, especially for new commissioners, it's really well, it's not very user friendly and it's confusing. And so the more information that people have, the better, to ensure that we are adhering to to public meeting rules, especially because if we don't do that and there's a complaint, commissioners can be individually fined up to $1,000 for violating public meeting rules. So we want to make sure we have as much training and understanding as possible so that we don't run afoul of that. So that's what we're thinking about using the November meeting for, primarily for that training and new commissioner orientation. Depending on the cadence of some of these other things and what we accomplish in the work group, we may or may not have substantive things to manage in that November commission meeting. But if we do, they'll be minimal and they'll be front loaded. So we can get those taken care of right away. All right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the next item, which is the budget update. Right on time.
Good morning, Chair Nash, Vice Chair Vandenberg, members of the commission. My name is Ralph Amador, Chief Financial Officer for the commission. I have a presentation that should be pretty brief. You were in the packet. We did include a more detailed spreadsheet of the appropriations and the spend. If you have questions on those, I'm happy to answer those as well. You'll note, and as we go to the next slide, Maura, please. I did add a small graphic at the bottom of the bottom right-hand part of the slide, just trying to jazz it up a little bit, make it a little bit less mundane, as it were. But was just kind of, I'm trying to add some graphics that are meaningful, but do not detract or confuse. Our first area is the criminal, which is the adult trial and the contract payments. Payments have gone out as usual. The spend is as we normally would expect it to be. One note is that in October, in the October payment that will go out in the next week or so, contractors will receive additional funds, which will be what we call it's kind of called a true-up, but it's called something else in the contract. But it is to realize the increase of this biennium's contracts that wasn't realized in the extension period. This was done last time and it's done this time. So contractors will see you'll see one payment, but it'll be two parts. It'll be one, what the October payment is at the higher rate, plus the makeup money from July, August, and September. Next slide, Maura. Juvenile is pretty much the same thing. Normal payments have gone out. There's nothing else in there. Again, these contractors will get the same temporary increase to accommodate them for what was done in the extension period. Nothing outstanding here. Next slide, Maura. Parent-child representation, again, I'm glad there's nothing to report, but again, just pretty much the same words. Contracts have gone out as they were scheduled to go out for the first 2 months. And again, this is for the month ending August. So just 2 payments were made. In the next month's reports, because our contracts have all been signed and we have not to exceed amounts, you'll see noticeable differences in these presentations in the coming months, because the planned will be the contract payments that we're planning to spend over the next biennium. So The remaining will be smaller, but and the plan will be bigger on all these charts when we show it later. And the little graphic in the bottom part will look. It's a dial. It'll look a little different. The spend will be a little bit bigger. The plan will be bigger, and then the remaining will be what the blue is here. It was green when I started it, but the program changed it to blue. So
I have a question, Mr. Amador.
yes.
I appreciate this very much, and I also appreciate the spreadsheet that was in the meeting materials, laid out same information in a different format. My question is, and I didn't catch it until just now on the PCRP, so it may be true for the other budget buckets. It's different. So your spreadsheet in the materials for the month ending August 2025 for PCRP has unused appropriations of $40,007,623, but here you have it at $51,692,100. Do you know why those numbers are different if it's for the same time period?
Let me go to that spreadsheet. So when you look at the spreadsheet, the top part is general funds and the bottom part is other funds.
I missed that. Yes, thank you. There's the answer. Appreciate it.
This is a combined view of total funds.
Yep, understand that now. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for the question. Next slide, Maura. This is the Trial Representation Division or the Oregon Trial Division. These are our offices in Medford, Salem, and in Portland. Again, this is normal spend for them, and the remaining amounts there. What I would do say for the new commissioners, there are planned amounts in some of these areas. When we had our budget given to us, we had a certain amount of money that was unscheduled at DAS and that took place. And what they did was they said, here's your budget. We're going to have DAS unscheduled amounts of money in your appropriations. And we have to do a report in the short session that's coming up to show where we're contracting and we're budgeting. And then we should get that money released back to us. But we have to show it as something else. And on the spreadsheet that you were given, it's labeled as unscheduled appropriation in each of the areas. It's in the adult trial, it's in juvenile, it's in PCRP, and it's in the Trial Representation Division. Next slide, Maura, please. Pre-authorized expenses. These are this is where the investigators and other stuff are for the people who do the work for the attorneys that work alongside the attorneys that go with this. You'll see that there is a spend of $9.3 million through August. In this area, the expenses were rather high in July, which was to be expected as the year turned over. They have gone down since July for September. They went down some. Important to note on PAE is there's hard money set aside for THIP expenditures. Of this 9.3, about 2.3 of the expenditures are directly related to THIP, which is the temporary hourly increase program, and so that represents about 25% of this 9 million are THIP expenditures by themselves. Next slide, Maura. Court mandated expense, same thing. It was pretty high in July. The numbers have come down for August, and this is primarily attorney costs, some psych that the state hospital does for us, and then some interpreter stuff that happens. But generally, this is the hourly attorney costs that are out there. Of this, the percentage is a little bit bigger for this expenditures. TIP expenditures are about 4.5 million, or 60% of the 7 million for the first 2 months. And we're tracking those on separate sheets to make sure that we stay within appropriations, because THIP has separate appropriations, as you would see on the spreadsheet that was sent out earlier for specific money targeted for those areas. Go ahead, Maura, please. Appellate division, there's no magic here. These are just normal monthly expenditures of the appellate attorneys and their expenses for 2 months. Go ahead, Maura, please. Cap, again, not a lot of magic. $700,000 of expenditures, mainly salaries, a few other contract expenditures for professional services, I believe, but mainly it's just paying for staff as we're for the trial representation, research, data, and policy people. Next one, Maura. Administrative and executive, administrative services division and executive division. This is a combination because they're pretty much our big admin areas. So I combine those two together to give one picture. This spend looks a little bit big. And the reason for that is because we have our FCMS project is bond funded and we haven't got any bonds sold yet. That will happen later in the biennium. Until that's done, we have staff that we brought on board to work on the FCMS project. Plus we have project expenditures that are in the FCMS project getting done. We have to pay for that with our general fund. Once the bond is sold, we will be able to reverse those expenditures, move them to other fund expenditures in the FCMS appropriation. And then this number will come down to a more realized number for just showing what the expenditures are for admin and executive branch. Or not executive branch, executive division. Go ahead, Maura. Just like I said, financial case management system. This includes the debt service. So it's $17 million total. We can't do anything with that until the bond sells. So it's pretty much for the next few months this is the slide you're going to see for FCMS. But once we start shifting over expenditures, it'll really go. We are tracking FCMS on a totally different spreadsheet that we have to share with the Chief Financial Office and Legislative Fiscal Office so that they know where we're spending money and everything else as it's coming in. Go ahead, Maura. Special programs, contracts, distributions. This is our last area. This is discovery. This is guardianship, and this is the law school programs. It's showing very little spend here because we haven't got a lot of discovery charges out there. We have a couple of payments made to guardianship, and the law school contracts are still not finalized, so we have not sent any of that money out yet. But half of that will go out, and I believe in the next few weeks it should be done. They're in the final negotiations with the law schools right now for those programs. And one more. So this is we look pretty healthy right now. 56 million over a couple months. There's nothing crazy spending wise out there that we really have to talk about. Again, this will look decidedly different next month because we will have all our projections and everything in there. We wanted to have them in this month, but contracts weren't finished yet. And we got our budget person was derailed into another project that we'll talk about. That's going to be talked about later. That's taken up a good portion of our time over the last couple of weeks to get done. So, and then the last slide is just that overview slide that I provided earlier in the packet too. So, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them or any clarifications that you will need.
Any questions, clarifications? All right, doesn't sound like it. Thank you very much. This is very helpful to see the information in two different ways. Really appreciate that and appreciate your time. It's very helpful information.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Amador's last comment about we look like we're in pretty good shape, the legislature says, hold my beer, because now we're going to have the discussion about the 5% cuts that we need to propose. And that tees up the next discussion. So the budget forecast is not good, not surprising to anyone. So we have been directed, all executive branch agencies have been directed by the legislature, by joint committee or by a joint Ways and Means Committee, then by the executive branch, the governor's office, to submit proposals for budget reductions to the legislature. First, it goes to the governor's office, and then ultimately it will be submitted to the legislature. They are to be presented in 2.5% increments. So here's the first 2.5% we propose, and then here's the second 2.5% we propose. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. It doesn't mean that it isn't going to end up being more than that. If based on the next forecast, it doesn't mean that it's going to be less than that, depending on the budget forecast and how things are prioritized. The agency's information that has to be sent to the governor's office is due in 2 days. And they've been working behind the scenes to, based on information that we've, sort of provided generally, and based on just their own budget analysis, where we think we may be able to propose some of these cuts. But the purpose of having this on the agenda is to provide a really high-level discussion, because of course it's difficult to, this really is a budget exercise, but it's also a policy issue. And it's difficult to have that in the kind of granular detail that it's difficult for us to have that discussion in the kind of granular detail that the governor's office and legislature needs. That's really the function of the agency, but the agency needs our direction. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Santrigan to kind of tee up the beginning of that discussion. And I probably have already covered a lot of what he was going to cover, but I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a little bit more detail. As an excellent introduction and overview of what we need to discuss over the next little bit before our break. So let's jump to the first slide, Mara. So yeah, a lot of this is review. As the chair mentioned, we do have a looming budget deficit within the state, primarily tied to HR 1 that was passed at the federal level. When the September revenue forecast was released, the good news was that the Oregon economy remains surprisingly resilient, despite what you might hear sometimes in the media. However, tax receipts tied to HR 1 are down significantly, and that's primarily attributed to the fact that Oregon is one of, I forget if it's 5 or 6 states that ties its tax policy to federal tax policy. So when federal tax policy changes are made, such as ending taxes on tips, as was done in HR 1, that is automatically factored into the tax system within the state. And so those changes are pretty much immediate, and they impact us here. And so what that has resulted in is we have approximately a deficit that is equal to approximately 1% of the entire state budget, around $372 million in general fund. And for folks who are new or folks who are not following state budgeting very closely, general fund essentially are the tax dollars that you and I pay into the system that are then used to support many of our agencies. There are other types of funds as well, federal funds, lottery funds. We do not have any lottery funds at the agency. We do not have any direct federal funds at the agency. The fourth category is called other fund. We do have some other fund at the agency, but we're going to focus our discussion here on general fund because that forms the vast majority of our budget, and that's where the vast majority of the discussion has been going on internally as far as what could be offered up or at least flagged for cuts if that comes to fruition. And so, as mentioned by the chair, because of this looming deficit, the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, they anticipate needing to rebalance the budget in the upcoming 2026 session that will start kind of near the end of January and go through February. And so that would come through a large bill that we have to put some work into on the front end so that the legislature during that short session would actually have the opportunity to make targeted cuts in various areas across the enterprise. Next slide, please. And so this also is only a portion of what we have been asked to do over the last several weeks. So once the September revenue forecast was released, the first thing that we were asked to do, we received direction from the governor on the 16th of September. And so the governor sent us a letter, as the governor sent to all executive branch agencies, first requesting that the agency identify what could be determined to be targeted reductions. Our targeted reduction number, because each agency was slightly different depending on percentage share of their budget and in some flagged areas, our target was to come up with possible reductions of $1.12 million. We were also asked at that time to slow operational general fund spending where possible. So that could be not filling vacancies as quickly, delaying program implementation. we weren't directed that that's what we had to do, but we were asked to slow general fund spending where possible. We were more directly required, however, to suspend all non-essential out-of-state travel. That's not something that falls within our purview very often. I mean, usually that might consist of like me going to a conference or something like that. So we don't do a lot of that, but also that's something that we can easily comply with moving forward. And so the targeted reductions you'll see play into this discussion of 5% reductions in just a moment. So this was the first thing we were asked to do in the middle of last month. Next slide, please. Then on October 1st, the Legislative Fiscal Office, in partnership with the Chief Financial Office at DAS, the Department of Administrative Services, they sent a memo requiring all agencies to submit reduction options for general fund and other fund amounting to 5% of our 25-27 budget. And as the chair mentioned, we are required to do that in increments of 2.5%. But I will note that the targeted reductions from the previous slide are to be included in the initial 2.5%. So it's not targeted reductions plus 5%. They are all to be considered together. And so that's just something I want to make sure is clear. And so I'll note that this is at this point an exercise, as the chair mentioned. We are often asked to do targeted reduction proposals as part of every budget build. We're supposed to propose possible reductions that could be enacted in the event of an economic downturn. During my time at the state, we've also had other emergency actions like this. For example, during COVID, we were being asked to prepare 25% reduction options when COVID first hit the state. Those never came to fruition. And I'm not going to say that the ones that we're talking about today will not come to fruition, but as the chair mentioned, these are going to be filtered through multiple levels of analysis, both by the governor's office, the legislative fiscal office, and then eventually voted on by the legislature. And so even the things that we talk about today, I would really caution anybody who's listening out there in our audience to not take it worth a grain of salt. You know, these are things that can and may happen, but there's no guarantee that anything will happen going forward. And depending on the November revenue forecast, it may look rosier, it may look more dire. And so this is something that's a very dynamic situation, and I just want to make sure that folks are aware of that. Next slide, please. So the process and timeline that we're working under, CFO and the governor's office, they hope to provide a coordinated response across the executive branch to the LFO 5% reduction request. And so in many cases, like when I think back to 2020 and COVID, we might have been engaging with the legislative fiscal office directly outside of the CFO process. This time, however, what we are doing, as the chair mentioned, we have been asked to submit preliminary or draft reduction lists to the chief financial office by noon on Friday. The analysts within the chief financial office will then review those draft lists and work with the policy advisors within the governor's office to provide follow-up questions to us for feedback or for other information as they try to determine whether, to what extent, and how are those cuts essentially filtered through the governor's priorities and just the needs across the enterprise. And so again, what we present to the governor's office may not be what eventually is sent over to LFO. The final proposals that the agencies have to put together after those discussions with the chief financial office and our governor's policy advisors are due to LFO on the 3rd of November. Those materials will then be made available on OLIS, which is the Oregon Legislative Information System. That's where you are able to see, all agendas, bills, things like that related to the legislature. And so at that point, those proposals would become essentially public records so that folks could see what was proposed. We have been told that agencies should anticipate that we may have to conduct presentations to our relevant Ways and Means subcommittees during November legislative days. And so at that point, a lot more information will come out on what has been prioritized and what has essentially gone through this filtering process that I was just describing. So I'll pause there just for a moment to see if there are questions, it's a little bit complex, lots of acronyms, I know. And so I just want to make sure that if folks have questions, I can answer those on the process. Not seeing any hands, I will move on to the next slide, please, Mara. So I also wanted to make sure that you as commissioners understood, the impact and what we are working on as far as the size of the ask that we have been provided by the legislature and CFO. So our legislatively adopted budget, so the budget that was passed by the legislature at the end of this last legislative session, as far as general fund is concerned, excluding our debt service, our budget is $682.5 million. And I've broken it down by our different divisions here on the chart that you'll see on the slide. And you'll see there's a lot of variation there. Adult trial, for example, Division 400, that is the bucket of money that we use to pay our contractors. It is by far the largest bucket of money that we have within the agency, pretty much half of what we have as far as general fund is concerned. And so, compare that to the executive division, for example, that's only $3.3 million. We have a lot of variation across our different budget types. 2.5% of our legislatively adopted budget is just over $17 million in proposed reductions that we have to identify, and a full 5% is just over $34 million. And so it is a pretty significant chunk of the budget that I have on display here on the slide for you. And so, we have a budget that I would characterize as not having very much fat in it at all. So any types of reduction proposals would be reductions in muscle. And one of the things that we are asked to provide to the governor's office and to CFO as we go through and identify these lists, and that would eventually go into LFO as well, is that we are required to articulate what the impacts of any reductions would be. And so that's certainly something that we're working on as well, because impacts, if we think about the executive division or our CAP division or any of those internal divisions, that equates to the loss of staff. But then if we focus on other areas like adult trial or any of our programmatic areas, that could result in reductions to contractor funding. And so there are great threats in all of these different areas, and it's up to us to articulate what those impacts could be. Next slide, please, Mara. So for these estimates, and where I'd like to turn it over to you all to provide some guidance to us, is when we came up with the targeted reductions in response to the September 16th letter from the governor, we were asked to specifically only target cuts that could be borne within the agency. And so we were able to come up with the required $1.12 million in potential reductions there. Our targeted reductions focused on internal savings, such as unused rent, not filling vacancies going forward, reductions to training and travel, for example. And just to clarify, for the unused rent, I'll just mention that is at least one area where we do feel that we would not be disadvantaged too much. We have moved or are currently moving, it's halfway finished, our Northwest Trial Division that has been housed in an old DHS building in North Portland. We're moving folks into the Clackamas County Courthouse and the Multnomah County Courthouse. And so we'll have some actual savings in rent there. And so that's an easy one to put up on our list. But that's really almost the extent of our easy ones. But that's what we're really focused on for the targeted reductions, internal only. The 5% reductions would be too large to focus only on internal. And so the approach that's being taken by us as staff is to focus on items and programs that are not constitutionally mandated or are not core to the mission of OPDC. We're also focusing on maintaining funding needed to address the crisis as much as possible. And this is where I would turn it over to you all to provide any other high-level guidance to the agency as we begin to move through and try to identify possible areas where we would not be excited or even happy to take reductions, but this is the situation that we're in. And so tough decisions have to be made.
All right. And before we get started, I want to flag a couple things time-wise. This is an important discussion. And so I'm going to, while Director Sanchigan has been going through this, I've been revising the timeline. So I'm going to slide everything down a little bit. I don't need a half an hour on the agenda to talk about the things that are listed for me. So my plan at this point is to take a break in about 11:50 and then adjust all the times accordingly. So we have about 30 minutes or so to continue this discussion because I think it's important. All right, and then with that, obviously it's important, sorry. And with that, I saw Commissioner Nab raise his hand, but I don't see him now.
Well, real briefly,
Oh,
Chair,
there- oh, yeah.
if I could ask one question, would you like me to have the slides taken down for this discussion portion? Okay, thank you, Mara.
I think that's
Take the
helpful.
slide down, and I will also turn it over to you to call on folks unless you, yeah.
All right.
I'm here to answer questions that folks have.
All right, Commissioner Nab.
I want to say, and I brought this up before that, just from my perspective, the pre-authorized expenses is really somewhere that the agency can provide a lot more scrutiny and still provide the mandatory resources to council. But it seems like $100 million in this agency's budget for pre-authorized expenses seems really out of size to me. And providing some level of scrutiny for what's approved and not approved, I think would go a long way to getting towards that 5% reduction, especially within that pretty sizable pre-authorized expense budget. That would be my first place to look, and again, when I'm looking at the budget, that really stands out to me as a really large component.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Manenberg.
How much of our budget goes to paying for discovery?
I believe it is 3.5 million, but let me pull that up for you, Vice Chair.
We should
Really?
rename pre-authorized expenses. People.
It's in special programs, right?
Or Ralph, yeah, it looks like Ralph knows off the top of it.
About 6.8 million.
So, I would propose that. I don't think we should be paying for that. I think the district attorneys should be paying for that.
I'm gonna get on my high horse about that. I agree 100%. And here's the thing, there is no statutory authority for the district attorney's office to be charging any defense attorney, not just public defense attorneys, for discovery. And the DAs have tried in the last several sessions to get a bill through that would then require that, and it has not happened. So we have done it because the legislature has allocated the money to us. There is no legal authority for it. And I think that should just be, $6 million will.
And let me add to
couple
that.
the reduction we have to propose.
Let me add to that by saying that I'm not suggesting that we don't get, that our lawyers don't get discovery.
Oh.
They're both constitutional and statutory requirements that district attorneys provide discovery to defense attorneys, whether they're representing indigent clients or not. And so the question is only whose bucket does that come out of? And it shouldn't come out of ours.
Right,
And
that's what I meant by statutory authority.
It's not our problem to solve.
Sorry, Ken, before Commissioner Olson, Ken, why don't you address that?
Thank you. Well, I wasn't going to address the policy behind it necessarily, but what I just did want to mention is as we go through these discussions, I think this is exactly why it's really staff that needs to put these together, is that even if it's over $6 million in discovery per year, we'll be looking at essentially reductions starting in February, possibly March of 2026. And so just if folks are doing the back of the napkin math on how much we need to reduce, I would not think of the entirety of that bucket as something that would be available at that time, because right now we may be paying, as Ralph mentioned, a little bit on discovery here or there. So if it's 6.8 for the biennium, it may only be 12 months worth of discovery, or maybe 16. It depends on exactly when all of that takes effect. So I want to make sure that that's something that's yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
because I was like, there's all of it. Yeah, but we're not, by the time that happens, it'll already be 8 months or so in, but still, anyway.
Yeah, right. But even like if we propose reductions in staffing, for example, that's really only, we would estimate maybe about a year's worth of savings, even for that. So just for any bucket, regardless, I just want folks to keep that in mind.
Commissioner Olson.
Is this like certain counties that the discovery cost is coming out of, or is it all counties? Like how are they asking for that money? I mean, receive, sometimes when we receive discovery, we receive discovery invoices, and the amount on those invoices says 0. And so I just like, how
So
are they
they
getting
direct bill. So and there is no, every county charges some arbitrary amount. There's no uniformity, there's no anything. And so it's 0 to the provider. You get to pick up discovery and it's free, but then they direct bill OPDC, who then pays from money allocated by the legislature, which has been a bone of contention for a long time. Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this, and I know this is extremely hard, but if we can look at this 2-year budget and look for cuts that might have happened in the second year of the biennium, and are there strategies that we could then at least engage in to try to mitigate the impact of that cut in the second year? It's a really, the proposed cuts. Is there a way, and we've talked about this a lot, is there a way to work to decrease the demand of public defense services in a way that will decrease the need for the funding? So as part of the strategy, I hope that's at least in the thought process. Can we somehow look to delay cuts to direct services to the second part of the biennium?
Thank you for that. I will say, we have kind of a roadmap for this in a way. I mean, the implementation would be very difficult, of course, but this has happened before. We had a budget crisis in 2013, I think it was, where we had to figure out what to do when there wasn't any money. And what happened was non-person misdemeanors were not prosecuted. And that doesn't mean we didn't end up dealing with them. They just got shifted to the next biennium. So there was a big bubble. So they got charged or didn't get charged, didn't get arraigned. And then that all got moved over to July of 2013 or 14. And sorry, 2003, I'm being texted, reminded, not 13, I'm 10 years off because I'm old now, so I don't remember those dates. But, that would require some substantive statutory changes probably, which is along the lines of what you're talking about, Commissioner Buckley, I think. So that is something that we could consider proposing do we want to say, well, if we didn't provide representation for those cases, what would that look like? That is something to consider. Also, I think it's important to talk about what we actually mean when we say non-constitutionally mandated. I mean, that was in the summary, but what does that mean when you say not our core function or not constitutionally mandated? I know that means discovery. What else does that mean?
Well, I think that what that means, Chair, is looking at what the Constitution actually requires us to do as far as representation. And I know there are some areas that are tied to statute that we provide representation to. And so if there are any proposals there to make cuts, we would have to also note that those might require statutory changes. But I think it really comes down to that entitlement to an attorney. We also, when I say non-core functions, to me, that really it's as simple as looking at what are the functions that we are statutorily mandated to do, whether in our enabling statute or in related statutes. And that's something that is ongoing to ensure that, I hesitate to name programs as examples because I don't want folks to think that that's what we would want to cut. But we do have programs that are given to us that are extraordinarily important, like the law school program that's put in our budget, but there's not necessarily like in our enabling statute a requirement that we do it. I am not advocating that we cut that, but I'm just trying to provide examples that if we're looking toward things, it would be things that were given over time that are not something that we are required to do. It's more of a nice to do, or maybe just a budget bucket that was given to us at some point.
Well, I'll wait for a minute. Commissioner Meininger.
Ken, I will accept the invitation to address the issue of OPDC funding for law schools. We recall the ABA told us in 2022 that Oregon needs 1,300 more criminal defense attorneys. Our own analysis put the number lower, but it's a huge shortfall. And there's no hope that we'll come near closing that gap without stimulating greater interest and facilitating career development at the law schools. And let me clarify, while I work at a law school, I receive no funding from OPDC, so there's no conflict of interest in mentioning this. But I think the reason why we're funding law schools is there is simply no chance we'll address the long-term problem with the shortage of public defenders, when right now all the incentives are structured for our students to work in other categories. I had a conversation yesterday in which I learned that in the Portland area, and I bet Commissioner Manneberg is aware of this too, our students get paid for externships by the 4 DA's offices in the orbit of Portland. But our students do not receive money for clinical work. And so already there's such a strong temptation to work on the DA side. And there's simply no way we'll come anywhere close to solving this problem in the long term if we abandon our law school programs. Thanks for considering my concerns.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
And, oh, I apologize, Chair, but I was just going to say I could not have set it up better myself. Mentioning law schools right before you spoke, I promise we didn't plan that. Those points are very well taken, but that's also, I just want to note again, that's why in kind of the guiding principles that were on the last slide that we displayed, impacts on the crisis is something that is driving decision making as well. And so certainly the importance of the law school programs to that is why I was hesitant to even name it as a possibility, but that's not really a possibility in my mind.
I want to ask a question just before Commissioner Manneberg's comment, and that is, if we just sent a letter over that said cut discovery, and that was the only thing we said, is that going to be met with some consternation, like we're not being creative enough to come up with other ideas? Or because, I mean, frankly, I'm just tempted to do that. I don't know how other commissioners feel, for all kinds of philosophical reasons that have, the money is one thing, which is huge, but also just my continued complaint this entire time I've been on the commission and the entire time I've been a criminal defense practitioner, and that is we should not be paying for this. It is mandatory that the DA provided. There is no uniformity about how much is charged. It's super easy now to do it. Now in Benton County, the DA's office doesn't even actually do it anymore for all of it. You log into law enforcement and get the body cam stuff for yourself. I mean, so there is the middleman is cut out of it. They are funding their budgets with the money that OPDC is sending for discovery. And I just feel very, very strong that this is not a function that we ought to be paying for. I don't know how other people feel about that. And I am interested in just the optics of sending over that one line item and what that might look like.
Madam Chair, if I can just give some feedback, I think that would be seen as really, really, it'd be seen very negatively.
Okay.
By the legislature and LFO. It just, every agency has to submit the lists and make the arguments, but that would be seen as a real slap in the face.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. That's exactly the information I was asking for. Okay.
Could I just really quickly on that question? I appreciate Commissioner Buckley. That's exactly what I would have said. But two, I want to make sure it's not a positive spin, but this is our opportunity to talk about what cuts would do to impact as well. And so if we didn't turn those in, we wouldn't have that opportunity to actually describe the potential impact. And I would also worry that if you don't send over cuts, then you're not giving any guidance to the folks who might need to do cuts. And so then we may have things that would be even more difficult to sustain than if we had just come up with our own.
Understood. Appreciate that feedback. All right, Commissioner Manneberg.
Well, again, I'm a big fan of including discovery high on the list, as you know. But what I wanted to say was, I think that this is as much a political exercise as it is a budgetary exercise. And I think that as important as what we list and the order in which we list it is how we describe what we're listing and the impact it would have on our constitutional and statutory directives to provide excellent and ethical legal representation to the people who are the clients of our providers. And I think that we have to be as politically astute as possible in the way those effects are described. And I think that when we do that, we need to reflect the awareness that all of us who've been on the commission have, that the unrepresented crisis and the need to provide defense and representation is a system issue and not a public defense issue. I think that our narrative has to, when we describe the impacts, has to include not just the impacts on public defense writ large, but has to include suggestions about how those impacts can be mitigated by legislative and gubernatorial focus on the other players in the system. I think that narrative has to be put forth as frequently as we can put it forth, because from what I've seen, other players in the system, at least some of them, need to be dragged kicking and screaming into helping solve this situation. And I think this is an opportunity to put some more pressure on the system as a whole, and not just focus on the impact on us specifically.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. To recap, before I call on Commissioner Harris, the two concrete things that I've heard as suggestions is to develop policies that include more scrutiny and concrete policies about PAE expenditures related to cases and reductions in discovery expenses. All right, and Commissioner Harris.
Thanks. I agree with those, by the way. I think maybe you start off this with a list of what the agency does that is constitutionally mandated and not constitutionally mandated. So it puts the budget writers in the right frame of mind as they look at our list of savings as well. The other thing I was going to mention is our next presentation is cost per case. And there's a lot of good data in there. Couple of things that I would pick up on that I think are applicable to this is if you look at the cost, for instance, for specialty court representation, it's significantly less than misdemeanor or felony representation. It's an opportunity to say we could have some future cost savings if we expanded specialty courts. I don't know, specialty courts is early case disposition or early resolution dockets. If it is, then we should be, the legislature could certainly encourage courts to do that. This sort of is similar to what Commissioner Mandelberg just mentioned about focusing on what other elements the justice system can do. I don't know whether funding, I don't know what the legislative fix is. I have a couple of ideas, but that's not my recommendation. My recommendation is to point out that based on this cost savings, if we audited the criminal code to see if there's any reductions that could occur, maybe there isn't, but if there is, the cost for a misdemeanor is cheaper than the cost for defending a felony. Early case disposition, we know, can save resources and capacity, as well as other types of specialty courts. So I think I would mine the information that's in our next presentation to indicate to the legislature how we could get cost savings without decreasing services at all. And in fact, possibly improving the criminal justice system and bringing the other stakeholders to the table to deal with some of these issues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Plummer.
Thank you. I would echo everything Commissioner Harris just said, and Commissioner Mandenberg. I think those are great ideas in terms of how we present the narrative. You know, the one that always comes to my mind is, what if we stopped prosecuting driving while suspended? That is a huge percentage of the misdemeanors that we see in our office. That would save us so much money right there. One idea I just wanted to put out on the discovery costs, if we think at least solely including the idea of not paying for that anymore would not be received well. Another thing we could do is just create a schedule, since there is not one currently, that just says we are no longer going to pay more than XYZ for this type of discovery, and perhaps that would be received better. And then the last thing I wanted to just echo, and I certainly have a conflict of interest here, but is just to say that in terms of describing impacts, I think it's really important to describe that the public defense workforce is already very fragile. I think a lot of us came out of the legislative session feeling like we were already sort of receiving cuts or being asked to do more with less. And so I really, really am concerned that any cuts to providers are going to really, really impact the workforce and our ability to retain and our ability to maintain morale in the offices. And I think that could be devastating, frankly.
Let me ask a question. Hold on, let me see, make sure I have my list of people. Okay, let me ask a question. Does the agency, I know we sort or we have data about case type. Do we have data regarding costs associated with specific crimes? Like driving while suspended that we could quantify?
That's a good question, Chair. My feeling is that we may have some of that data, but it would not cut across all of our different provider types. I think some of the detail that we'll talk about in the upcoming presentation, that would be a great question for Maddie as she does her presentation. But I know, like, from the hourly perspective, we would, given the fact that driving while suspended is a relatively low level crime, anytime that crime is combined in a single case with anything that is more serious, we would miss that. And so I can say that we would not have 100% data on that, but we may have some data depending on the provider. Certainly for our trial division, we should have that. But I'd have to huddle with Maddie to see, like, what are those gaps, but I know there would be gaps.
Okay, that's helpful. Commissioner Olson.
So this is just kind of building off what Commissioner Plummer said with the schedule of discovery and in receiving that. I mean, if I buy a flash drive to put video surveillance on, I have to put that on my invoice. I have to say what it's for. And it just feels like there's no accountability on any of that on that end. And I don't know if there's some way to make any kind of a policy or some way to, whether it's by case or by volume or by, we used this many flash drives, or I don't know, just some sort of system so where it's not just a direct bill of this is how much we think it cost. I don't know.
Yes, we have policies for how much we pay for everything else. Do we know why we don't have a policy regarding how much we are willing to pay for discovery? Or is that something that we could adopt? I mean, I know that OCDOA has every county's discovery cost because they gathered that data for the last legislative session. And that data is available if they're willing to share it with us, or we could obtain it on our own. But is there a reason why we can't adopt a policy that just says this is what we're willing to pay for discovery?
I mean, yeah, and most stuff comes through Carpel with most discovery. It's, it's links through Carpel, but some offices still give discs. And, I mean, that is a direct cost for them, but, their clerks are already paid, their legal assistants are already paid a salary, and that is part of their job duties in that. So I don't know.
So Ken, do you know if there's any administrative or legislative budget note or any sort of prohibition regarding us being able to adopt a schedule for discovery payment regardless of who's billing us?
Honestly, I'd have to go back into the budget to see how that is laid out, like how specific that bucket is laid out. My impression is that this is not something I've delved into as deeply, is that we have that certain amount of money, that 6.8 million for the biennium, that is earmarked for this item. And so it's not like we can shift here and there depending on how much we receive. And I would also have to go back just into the history of its development, since it predated me, to see. I'm not sure where 6.8 million came from. I'm not sure if that was a negotiated amount, by county or something like that. I apologize, but yeah, this is something where I need to look into the history a little bit more if we were going to do something of that type.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Knapp. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, totally forgot to unmute. First, I want to say I really support the idea of using this as an opportunity to emphasize the necessity for appropriate investment in these spaces and to bring up the potential for this being a system-wide and solution and making those points in discovery. But I do think that there are cost savings that we can recognize would be less painful for the public defense system. And I think things like soft caps on hourly cases, and I know that's not popular given what we heard, and additional scrutiny are places where we have the ability to find meaningful, substantial cuts within our current budget. That doesn't mean that pointing out that there's not important work to be done and pointing out the fact that it's cheaper to provide attorneys in specialty courts and there's better outcomes, or pointing out the fact that we're being asked to foot the bill for decisions made on the district attorney side. But I think that there are pragmatic things that we can do to help minimize the budget, and one of those, I think, providing scrutiny over the pre-authorized expenses, but also providing some sort of soft cap on hourly cases seems like something that could generate a pretty significant amount of cost savings. And so, I'd be interested in, this is somewhere where it would require Ralph and Ken to do some analysis of what that might be able to save in costs. But I imagine that 5% budget between those two buckets would be pretty quick to fill.
Thank you. All right, just to summarize, here's where I think, I wanted to add something before I do the list. Here's one of the things that I've been talking with Ken about a couple of times, but obviously he's had some other things going on, is to really look at how we are assigning cases either on the unrepresented list or conflict cases, so that we are, that the assignment coordinators are attempting to assign those cases to contract entities in adjacent counties or the same county, obviously. Or if an hourly provider has to be utilized, to utilize hourly providers in the same geographic location as the case to reduce travel time, and to also encourage, as we've talked about before, video type appearances, etc. But with that, sorry, I don't know if you could hear my dog in the background. Sorry about that. With that, I think the list that I have so far, to recap before I call on Commissioner Engelsman, is to develop policies regarding PAE expenditures, to provide a policy regarding discovery costs to try to make that more uniform, and also to get a handle on the discovery cost itself, to expand specialty courts using the cost per case analysis data that we're about to have, and that'll be harder to quantify, but you can maybe put that just like as a policy statement, to look at statutory changes regarding driving while suspended and whether it makes sense to make those non-criminal cases, meaning that they're not well, they'd be infractions with fines instead of criminal penalties, to have soft caps on hourly cases, and to use the assignment coordinator positions to, whenever possible, shift what had been hourly contract providers to contracted contract providers, and also to try to appoint hourly attorneys if necessary to cases that are geographically located closer to the hourly lawyers. And with that, I'll call on Commissioner Engelsman.
Thank you. I just want to flag a little the pre-authorization conversation. I would worry that I don't want it to come and look like it is scrutiny on the public defenders and the work that the authorizations that they're putting in, because even at the misdemeanor level, if you're putting in a pre-auth, generally it's necessary, and it takes experts and it takes a lot of additional resources, especially when you get up in the higher level cases, to do a good job for on the representation. And so I would worry that if we start, and frankly, the last 5 years even, there has been a heightened scrutiny I have felt on the pre-authorization process, and the timelines have become longer in getting responses back on the authorizations. And these are ones that I know I'm getting, right? On a juvenile 1008 case, I know I'm getting the psychological evaluation that I'm requesting. I don't have there isn't a concern, but there's a timeliness with it. And so I would worry that if we start looking there and scrutinizing there, that to Commissioner Plummer's point, there could be a morale issue, and like, why are you looking at us and thinking that we're not putting in the work that's necessary? This cost is reflective of the good work that public defenders and defense attorneys around the state are doing. So I would just flag that as I just flag that.
I appreciate that. And we've had multiple discussions over, I'd say 3 or 4 different iterations. And really what we're talking about is things like not using out-of-state providers unless absolutely necessary. Looking at, why are we getting, or do we need to get psych evals for mitigation on non-person misdemeanors, kind of things that are really, and right now there's no criteria for approval of PAE. So putting some criteria in place so that people understand what will be approved, what needs a second look, those sorts of things. So yes, to your point, I mean, we all agree that those are really important, and we also don't want to diminish the work that the experts themselves are doing, and investigators, because that's not at all what our intended is, just to kind of put some parameters around it, because right now it's just reasonable and necessary. Nobody knows what reasonable and necessary mean. So that's work that the commission and the agency that's ongoing. I thought I saw Vice Chair Mandelberg. Did you have your hand raised?
I was basically gonna say what you just said in a more detailed way. I hear, and I'm not practicing obviously now, but I hear that sometimes some people look at PAE requests and say, well, why is somebody requesting 2 psychiatrists? Why wasn't just 1 psychiatrist enough? Or so I think that what you're saying about putting guidelines and criteria would be advisable. Yeah.
All right. Director Santrigan, is that enough of a, well, first, let me back up. Do commissioners agree that the list that I read off is generally what we would like the agency to do? Okay, I'm seeing lots of head nods. How about doing it? Does anyone disagree that that list is the list the agency should be considering?
I would just add, Chair Nash, that I know you didn't mention it, but maybe it goes without saying, the list of constitutional versus non-constitutional delivered services needs to be included on there. How those may be very difficult to cut. And also, I've mentioned before, and no one else has mentioned this, but I still think there should be one. If there's going to be a reduction, I know Director Sandrigan didn't want to mention specific programs, but again, I'll talk about PCRP as a potential area where, since it does create a 2-level standard of service within this state, it should be looked at.
And I will say, for my part, we're not voting on this, but I don't think we have consensus on that, because I don't agree with that. And I also don't agree with constitutional versus non-constitutional as much, because, non-constitutional are appointment of counsel for children. And I think that's very, very important that we provide that service. I mean, the state just paid out millions of dollars for children in foster care that were abused, and the only 2 lawsuits, not just paid out, I don't mean cash settlement, I also mean an attorney's fees to defend that. And, the only reason that those issues were brought to light was because for the counsel for the children who were screaming from the rooftops about that. And but for those lawyers, those kids would never have had the opportunity to have the justice that they have. And so I have a real concern about, there's already been some talk in the legislature from certain legislators who don't want to provide those kinds of services. And I really don't want to put that on a list of things that the legislature should consider cutting, because I think it's vitally important. And so I don't agree with that. I don't know how other commissioners feel. And I understand that the temptation to do that and to say we should only be providing services that are constitutionally mandated, but that's a really slippery slope. And I definitely don't want them to start cutting counsel for children. I
don't particularly either, but it's a policy issue as well. Excuse me. And here's the thing, we talk a lot about they need to fund constitutionally mandated services because it's required under the United States Constitution and the Oregon Constitution. Yeah, we talk about cutting constitutionally mandated services here as part of this 5%. And maybe that's appropriate. But a bit of it is a policy issue if you are going to fund services that are not mandated under the Constitution. I don't think I have a majority for that position. I'm not saying we should do it, but I'm saying that we could point that out to the legislature. I know the risks that that may incur for policy reasons. I get that as well. But by the way, making a single standard for juvenile services is not necessarily cutting that. It is making a single level of services for juvenile standards throughout the state. It does reduce whatever PCRP services are in place. But on the other hand, if we have been funding general juvenile defense services at the current level, that's what constitutionally, or it's not even constitutionally mandated, but it's what we've been doing for a long time before PCRP. So I realize I'm not only grabbing a third rail, but freezing it and sticking my tongue on it here. But I think it is something that the legislature, if they're saying make 5% cuts, they need to own some of that as well. They've asked us to do certain services that are extremely important, as you pointed out. And they need to understand what this agency does for what it's paying for. And I think that's an important, and maybe you can do that without putting it in the cuts. I get that. But I think it's important for the legislature to understand that's what we do.
I appreciate that perspective, and I appreciate the strategic perspective of including something that's vitally important in a potential budget reduction. I get it. I get we just have a difference of opinion, and it scares the bejesus out of me to do that, because I don't want someone grabbing onto it saying, oh, great idea. And look, the commission agrees because they put it in their letter, because those things tend to take on a life of their own. So that's my worry. Okay, so with that final part of the discussion, Director Santrigan, do you think that you have enough of a direction from the commission to be able to put together what the information that's needed to go to the legislature?
I do. I think it may come in stages. An analysis of all driving while suspended cases between now and basically noon Friday is probably not possible, but also what we need to give them are preliminary indications. And so certainly if those are things the governor's office would like to pursue, then we'll be able to do a much more detailed discussion of them, but it also probably will come in stages.
All right. Okay. Appreciate all of your time. This is a really difficult discussion to have. Commissioner Engelsman.
I think I hear you saying we're about to take a break. I just wanted to tell you all, this got added onto my calendar very late, and I have a conflict where I'll be driving. So I will be here, but I will be off camera, but I will be present and listening. I just didn't want anyone to think I was disrespecting, and I'll pop on when I can.
No, we completely understand. Thank you for that. All right. And with that, we will take a break. It's 12:02, which I'm just going to count it as 12:05 because it's just easier for the math. We'll take a 15-minute break. I did get a message that Lisa Taylor is not going to need as much time as allocated for her, so I think we'll be able to make it up just fine. We do have a hard stop at 1:15 because we need to go into executive session. And Commissioner Engelsman, you are not yet on the commission, so you won't be officially, so you won't be able to join. All right. Everyone else, you have the link for that, but we'll come back at 12:20. We'll come back at 12:20. We'll take a 15-minute break, and I'll see you back then. Thank you. All right. It is 12:20. We are back ready to resume the meeting. And the next item that I have on the agenda is a briefing by Maddie Faranda. I don't know what's wrong with me today, Ferrando, about the cost per case preliminary estimates.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maddie Ferrando. I'm a senior research analyst with the agency, and I am here to provide you all with some information regarding our preliminary results on cost per case and cost per client. So the agency has worked to develop the cost per case for budgetary and forecasting purposes, and I'm going to share with you all some of what we found. Next slide, please. So a little bit of what I'm going to cover today, and I'll try and keep it brief since I know we're a little pressed for time. Just briefly going over the type of public defense providers that we have and the data and considerations that we have to take into account for each, as well as the cost per case and cost per client components and the calculations for those. And those components are the attorney cost, investigation costs, pre-authorized and court-mandated expenses. And then I will kind of show some overall preliminary results. And these are considered preliminary results because this is sort of our first step at doing this. And we're also in the process of soliciting feedback. And also to note that the numbers may change as we incorporate the feedback and as we update data. Ken mentioned the Department of Administrative Services Office of Economic Analysis Public Defense caseload forecast earlier. And part of these analysis here rely on utilizing that forecast. And right now the current forecast is from April. And there's another one scheduled to be published in October. And so with that, we will have more up-to-date data, which could affect some of the numbers provided here. All right, next slide. So first, I want to clarify that all of the analysis I'm going to talk about here are for criminal cases only. And that's just, we just picked to start with that bucket to look at first. And so we really have three main areas where public defense is provided. We have our capacity contractors that operate under the maximum attorney caseload or MAC model. And so they have a contract with OPDC for a number of full-time equivalent attorneys, which then determines the number of appointments that those attorneys can take in a year. And we pay those contracts. Part of their contract cost is broken out by the attorney level. And that attorney level is based on each individual attorney's qualifications, but those attorney levels determine which case types the attorneys can take. And those contractors submit monthly caseload reports to us, and those reports contain each individual appointment that an attorney or cases that an attorney has been appointed to. So we have each individual case number, but those case numbers are reported by the highest charge. So if there are multiple charges within one case, we only have record of what the highest charge for that case number is. And then we have our hourly providers, and those providers, they submit bills directly to OPDC for the work on cases. And so the billings are directly tied to a specific case number. But the case number that they bill on is for the client's highest charge. So this is slightly different than our contractors who report each individual case number, whereas the hourly, if they have a client with 5 cases, say 3 misdemeanors, a minor felony, and a major felony, they're submitting their bill for the work on all 5 cases under that major felony case type, since that's the highest one for the client. And then we have the Oregon Trial Division. There are currently 3 regional divisions. The first one opened in December of 2023 with full-time state employees. And these attorneys also operate under the MAC model, and we have access to daily caseload information for these attorneys through the case management system. And then we have the total agency cost that for those employees. And I will note this later throughout the presentation, but the Oregon Trial Division has a significantly smaller number of cases since they're newer and have less attorneys right now than our contracts and hourly, which leaves some of these cost per case estimates that I'm going to provide to be more susceptible to higher, lower costs driven by outliers. Next slide. Okay, so cost per case, cost per client. Cost per case, I'm going to talk about both of these throughout the presentation. Cost per case is based on the distinct count of case numbers. So we take the total cost divided by the total number of individual cases. Whereas cost per client looks at the total number of clients, and it groups the client by their highest charge. So in that earlier example of the 5 cases, the client would be grouped under the major felony because that is the highest amongst their cases at that time. And so a limitation for both of these is that highest charge within a case. So across all of OPDC data, within one case number, we only have the highest charge related to that case number. So if a case has only 1 charge, or if it has 10 charges, we can't discern that, and that could affect the amount of work and therefore costs that could be associated with that case. So just a limitation to keep in mind. And so within both of the cost per case and cost per client, there are really 4 components that make up those analysis. And so we have the attorney costs, the investigation costs, which are normally can be included in pre-authorized expenses or court mandated expenses, but for this analysis, we're pulling those out separately to be able to analyze them individually. All right, next slide. Okay, so total cost by case type. I'm going to refer to an adjusted case count throughout the rest of my slides, and I want to lay out kind of how we get there. So for our hourly providers, they submit bills directly for each individual case. So I worked X number of hours on this misdemeanor, and we can associate the cost with that specific misdemeanor. That is different from our contractors and our trial division because we really just have the total cost of those providers, and then we also have their caseload information, but we don't directly have a specific cost tied to the case type. So in order to get there, we are looking at an adjusted case count so that we can ensure the higher level of cases that typically require a higher level of work have a higher level of cost associated with them. So because contracts and OTD use the MAC model, we use the MAC weight of cases in order to adjust those case counts. And so the table on the right is what the MAC case weights are. Murder is weighted at 50, major felonies are 2.2. And so for an example, if there was 100 major felony cases, when we use the adjusted case count, that's going to come out to 220 major felonies, so that a higher proportion of the cost will be designated with those. And so once we have that adjusted case count, we can then look at the amount of cases that each attorney level reported, because we fund our contracts and our trial division both by different attorney levels. And so if we could see if 80% of attorney ones if attorney ones reported 80% of their caseload being misdemeanors, we could associate 80% of the cost of those attorney ones with misdemeanors. Okay, and so now I'm going to start to talk about those 4 components of the cost per case. So we're going to start with attorney costs. So next slide, please. Next one. All right. So for our capacity contractors and the Oregon Trial Division, we can report on a cost per case for the attorney portion of the cost per case. So for contractors, we have the data from July of 2023 through June of 2025. And within that time period, there was around 150,000 cases that the contractors were reported to. And another thing to note is that during this time period, nonprofits were eligible to also be funded for supervision. So those costs are included as part of what it takes to fund the attorneys. And then the Oregon Trial Division, they have that much smaller sample size, but we are looking at their data from 2023 through September of 2025. And that smaller sample size really comes into play when we look at murder and J laws, because the Oregon Trial Division they've taken 5 murder cases and 17 J laws. And so that's a very small sample, which could affect some of those results. But as we update this and continue working on this, and Trial Division continues taking more cases, the cost for those cases will become more reliable. And also to note, the Oregon Trial Division caseload for this analysis, we're excluding any cases that an attorney may have brought with them if they had a caseload coming into the Trial Division. So we're exclusively looking at new appointments within their Trial Division time period. And so the table on the right will actually breaks out the contractors by, it first looks at all contracts put together, but then broken out with consortia and firm in the second column, and then nonprofits. And then OTD is on the far right-hand side of the column. Does anyone have any questions about this slide before I move on, or anything I've said so far?
Hi, Maddie, this is, oh, I'm sorry, Susan, you got your hand up first. Go ahead.
When you're putting in the cost for nonprofits, even though your slide is headed attorney costs, does the cost for nonprofits include, I don't know how to ask this question. Nonprofits often have investigators who are employees of the nonprofit. I think it's true that consortia normally don't. So does your cost per case for nonprofits include not just the attorney, but also investigators, for example, whereas your cost per case for consortia would just be for attorneys, but not include investigators because they would have to request the investigators through PAE? Do I have that right?
Yes, so this is specifically attorney costs. The investigator costs, I'm going to go through in the next section. We have that called out
Have
separately.
you broken out investigator costs for nonprofits separately from the attorney costs? Because I don't understand how you would do that.
Yes, so as part of the data we keep on what we pay the contracts, we have the costs specific to the attorney's FTE, separate from the investigators, separate from administration. And so we're able to kind of parse all of that out for this analysis. So this is simply attorney FTE.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Commissioner Harris. You're muted.
Sorry about that. So Maddie, are these numbers for the contractors, not the OTD? Is it based upon the credits these entities claimed, or is it based upon their MAC contract? Are you doing analysis based upon what their contract says or what they actually delivered?
So it's based on, since we pay them based on what their capacity or their MAC is compared to what they've reported. So in terms of, so if I'll say, for example, if there was a solo provider who was a 1 FTE, we paid them that cost. They only reported a 50% of what their capacity was. So 50% utilization, they would see a much higher cost per case than if a similar provider had reported at 100% of all of their capacity.
So it's based upon their claimed credit system.
Yes.
Claim MAC, however you want to say that. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Plummer.
I just wanted to say one thing about the investigation, particularly as it relates to nonprofits. I think that there is a difference between what OPDC is funding and the real cost. So we are funded at about $80,000 per investigator. That does not cover the cost of them. So we have to subsidize the cost of investigators with the money that we get for attorneys. So we are taking money that is ostensibly in the attorney bucket to pay investigators. So I realize that's a difficult thing to capture in the data, but if there's a way to do that, I think that would be helpful, because if you did that, I think the cost per nonprofit for attorneys specifically would actually be lower than this.
That's a very good point. I really appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay. Actually, I have a question. For the trial division specifically, I guess, and for nonprofits too, that doesn't, these numbers do not include non-investigator, non-attorney staff, right? Or do they?
Correct, they do not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. All right, so next, we're going to shift back to a cost per client. So our trial division, because of the access we have through their case management system to their data, we're able to look at both a cost per case and then also roll that up to a cost per client. Whereas our hourly billing, they only bill on that client's highest charge. So we have to look at a cost per client. So this table shows that in terms of cost per client. And I also included the number of clients. So you can see that sort of smaller amount in the trial division, especially for murder and J-law. But the hourly providers, we have the historical billing data. There was approximately 11,500 clients from July of 2021 through June of 2025. And then comparatively to our trial division, there was about 1,700 clients from December of 2023 through last month.
And these include SPIP cases?
Correct.
Okay.
I will say, it's not provided here, but something that we can do with both the hourly and trial division is look at the number of hours that have been either billed or worked on a case, since trial division tracks their time and hourly bills by time. So then we can apply either current rates if we want to look proactively, and FIP is something that we are able to identify if we wanted to call out separately.
I think comparing the hours for the trial division and the hours in the hourly cases would be useful information. What do other people think?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just note that we didn't include it here because trial division, while they worked on about 3,000 cases, they've closed slightly, I think less than half than that so far. So their sample size is incredibly small. So they haven't closed a murder case yet. And I believe they have closed 3 J-laws. So there's not really enough data quite yet to look at that.
That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, next slide. Okay, so now we're going to look at the investigation. And so this is where we are able to call out the contract, the amount that we have designated as for FTE for investigations in the contract. But some contractors are not funded for in-house investigation, and so they utilize the PAE process for investigation in the same way that hourly does. And because of that, we can only provide one cost per case for contractors and hourly. We're not able to parse those out. And so we'll have the total cost of what's been paid through our PAE and the contractors. And for the July 2021 through June 2025 time period, about 76% of the cost for investigators was paid through the PAE process, and 24% was paid through contractors directly for those in-house investigators. And this is one of the ones that will be updated once we have an updated forecast, because we're taking the total cost of what we've paid for investigation, but because of the in-house contractors, we don't specifically know which cases had the investigator or not. So we're taking that total cost paid divided by the total number of public defense cases as provided by the forecast. And then with our trial division, when they first opened, they were slowly hiring people, so they were not immediately fully staffed with investigators. So they, in the beginning, utilized the PAE process, but they now are fully staffed with investigators. So in order to calculate their cost per case for investigation, we had to look at both the PAE amounts and the amounts paid for our actual in-house investigator staff. And this is similar for trial division. We're able to do a cost per case or a cost per client, but we've presented here the cost per case since that's what the contractors and hourly are at as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the last component is the pre-authorized and court-mandated expenses, excluding investigation and hourlies. We already covered those. And for this one, since all program areas utilize this process, we are applying the same cost per case to all of both contractors, hourly, and Oregon Trial Division. So we've just taken the total cost that's OPDC has paid out, divided by the forecasted case counts from the OEA forecast, and we get our cost per case for PAE and CME. Okay, so I think we have one more slide that kind of will show the results of all of these components kind of put together. So we've talked about attorneys, investigators, and then PAE, CME. This is when you look at them all together. But just as a reminder, so this slide shows the capacity contracts and OTD as the cost per case, whereas hourly is cost per client, due to some of just the differences in our data and billing practices. So just a warning, for comparative purposes, they are not the exact same. And we will be continuing to refine these numbers as we have updated data and we gather feedback.
Also a reminder that these numbers are in your materials. If you have follow-up questions that you want to ask after reviewing this more in depth, you can definitely do that after today's meeting. Are there any just questions that Commissioner Buckley?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think the first meeting we both took part in, we said that we both were saying, can't we get information on cost per case? Why can't we get it? So I just want to say thank you for the work that's been done here. We're getting so much closer to be able to have this information, which is going to be instrumental in being able to build reasonable budgets and talk about the type of systems changes that we might need to do in order to basically afford the public defense system that we have. But so I'm grateful for the work. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Commissioner Plummer.
Yeah, thank you for this work. I'm sure it's no easy task to put all this together. My question is just how, it's an apples to apples question for contractors versus the Oregon Trial Division, which is how is the attorney cost for the Oregon Trial Division calculated? Is that just, wages and benefits for the trial division, or does it also include support staff and all of that? And the reason I ask is that contractors have to pay for support staff, for IT, for HR, for everything out of the contract number. So I'm just curious if that is also included in the Oregon Trial Division attorney costs, so that we know that there's an apples to apples comparison.
So for the trial divisions, I'll speak specifically to the attorney cost portion of it. That is the full cost to the agency for the attorney. So it does not include the paralegal or case managers or legal secretaries. And same with the investigator portion, is specific to what we've paid for the entire wages and benefits of the investigator. For the contractors, the attorney piece is we call out the attorney FTE dollars separate from the investigation, support staff, and administration. So it may not, I would need to check with the program analyst and how it's actually on the rock, but it's may not be 100% apples to apples, but it is fairly close. And obviously the limitation you mentioned earlier of maybe not paying those exact amounts to your employees.
But isn't the attorney cost for the Oregon Trial Division the per seat cost, which includes an overhead cost that's built into the so this is the question I think that Commissioner Plummer is really asking. Is it the per seat cost, which has that built in overhead piece, or is it the actual just salary plus benefits? I think that's a really, really important distinction because it's going to overinflate the trial division numbers. It won't be an apples to apples comparison if we're using that per seat number as opposed to the salary and benefit number.
The salary and benefit number.
Okay. And I don't mean to continue to poke at that, but I mean, I've seen the charts and I've seen the information that went to the legislature about when we set up the program. And I know that it wasn't, well, I just want to make sure that we're pulling out that overhead costs for the trial division. So, okay. Commissioner Nab.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think my questions, observations are on a similar line. I think that it's really helpful to see it broken out in the way it's broken out, but I think it also might be helpful to have it as like an all-in cost. And to be able to see both of those, not just as, you know, specific attorneys, but what is this all-in cost for this type of representation, and what is the all-in cost for this type of representation? On top of that, and I know that some of this data exists, but having that compared against or compared with in conjunction to case outcomes, you know, what percentage of cases are pled to as charged, reduced charged, those types of things, those types of metrics kind of together might tell us a really a very different narrative. So those are just thoughts on how to take this really great start of data to make it even better. Then just want to make one observation publicly. This seems like a huge amount of money, and I know murders are incredibly complicated, but I think that's important for the legislature to know that, you know, we're paying, you know, $120,000 for a murder case for public defense, and those are really high numbers. And I don't know whether there's system things that we can do or talk about to address that, but yeah, that's just, those are obviously very fact intensive cases and very litigation intensive, but that's a huge number.
Well, thank you very much for this information and this data. It's very helpful. And I realize it's the first crack at this, and especially with the forecast. I mean, one of the things that got talked about earlier was not only, you know, we're using the April forecast, but the April forecast, this is the first time we've ever used forecasting. So those numbers are probably off because it's the first time we've ever had an OEE forecast period. So the numbers are only going to get better and more accurate as we go on. And we really appreciate your data analysis work. We know it's not easy work, and thank you for doing the work, and thank you for indulging all of our questions about your work. We appreciate it very much.
Of course.
All
Thank
right.
you for having.
You're welcome. Okay, moving on next to Ms. Taylor, who is going to talk with us about the legislative update, including the end of year reports and timelines, which we need to know about so we can make some informed decisions about our meetings coming up in the next few months.
Yeah.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you so much. I'm Lisa Taylor, Government Relations Manager for OPDC. And like the chair said, I'm just here to give you an update about legislative calendars and reports that are due and things you can expect from the agency and myself in the coming months. So the November legislative days are coming up November 17th through 19th. And beyond the reductions that we've already discussed, OPDC does not really have any requests or reports that we're turning in for November legislative days. However, we have been asked, although obviously it's very subject to change by the chairs of Judiciary, to give a pre-release presentation to Judiciary about our comprehensive public defense report, which is actually due in December. This report's the report that's outlined in Senate Bill 337, and it covers how OPDC proposes to provide public defense, along with financial projections based on workload and a few other statutory items. The other report that will be due then is the interim status report as directed by the budget note for the Legislative Fiscal Office. Sorry, not due then. The interim status report, which is directed by a budget note from LFO from our budget, is due for January legislative days. But because of timing, budget note reports have to be turned in about a month or so ahead of time before they're actually heard. The timing of this report and the comprehensive report kind of align. So what the plan is right now, unless you guys change something during your discussion about upcoming meetings, is that we would be bringing you the drafts of both of these reports to your November work group meeting. And then we would need final approval of both of these reports at the December 5th commission meeting. Again, based on timing, that's almost a month between a potential work group meeting and when the report is actually due. So the draft that you're going to see is going to be more of structure of the report and what type of content we're including in that, data items that we're anticipating polling, but obviously the data would be pretty preliminary. And it'll be more of a discussion about, is this the right direction the report's going? What else do we want to make sure is included in that? Kind of is the overall feel of the report definitely where the commission wants it head. And so that's just kind of my timeline update that will hopefully inform your commission discussion about your future calendar. Are there any questions about reports or upcoming events?
Just a comment. We have a number of things now that's on the work group agenda, which I don't think we're going to be able to get to for the November 6th meeting. This has to be, because of the timing, the most important one. And just for kind of going forward, it probably would have been better to have that today, the general outline presented. And then in the November 6th meeting, be approving, not really the first draft, because first drafts usually are terrible, but like the first real, I'm just a little concerned about approving an outline basically at November 6th. I'd like a little more substantive information, especially because even though the report isn't due until December, we're presenting it to the legislature, which means in my mind, it's due before that. It's due by the time we turn it in for the legislative days. So what I'd ask, we don't really, our legislative committee is not really a legislative committee. So what I would like to have happen is to have that outline of the comprehensive public defense report done and give it to our leadership team, which is at this point Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Vandenberg, and me. We meet weekly with Director Santrigan to have that done for the three of us to review. And then the November 6th meeting, be reviewing a more substantive, for the commission to be reviewing a more substantive draft. And then, the actual things will need to be changed for the final report that's due to the legislature in December, and we can review that. Well, I mean, I guess at the December meeting, but I wonder if that's even too late. So we'll just have to play it by ear, but the December meeting for sure. And then the same thing with the interim status report. We should definitely be reviewing that at the December meeting. And we'll have to adjust, now that I'm thinking about it, we're going to have to adjust the December work session because I think it's actually scheduled probably for the day before the December meeting. Yeah, so we're obviously not going to have that. So sorry, I'm thinking out loud. So let me be clear. Let me summarize. So by I'm gonna look at my calendar so I have a specific date. October 29th, if you can have that sort of preliminary first draft done, that's 2 weeks from now, and get that so that it can be shared with Vice Chair Mandelberg, and Commissioner Harris and me. Then on the November 6th meeting, we can have that shared. We can give you feedback and then you can revise that and we can give it to the full commission at the work group meeting on November 6th. And then at the December meeting, that's for the comprehensive public defense report. And for the December meeting, we'll review the interim status report and I'll get back to Director Santrigan about the dates, about when it would make sense for us to take kind of a first view of that so that it's ready to go at the December meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes. So do you not want, because I was going to do both of the reports kind of in tandem. I mean, I'm obviously working on do you not want both of those reports on the 31st?
We can do that. It's the 29th, but yes, we could do, if you have both of them done, yes, but the one is due in January and one of them is due by the middle of November. So prioritize the comprehensive public defense report.
Well, again, because of the timeline that LFO requires, they're actually the comprehensive reports due on December 5th and the interim status report is due on December 8th. So
December, okay.
Yeah, they actually are kind of basically the same timeline.
Okay, then yes.
Okay.
Both of them. Okay. Any questions or any comments? All right. Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your update. And then I have the next few minutes. So what's on the agenda for me to discuss is the upcoming commission calendar meeting, the November commission meeting, the December meeting location, and election of a new chair for 2026 through the end of 2027, because it's a 2-year term. So the commission calendar, we had a brief discussion last meeting about that, and we talked about the evening issue, having meetings in the evening and how it would be convenient for some people, but not convenient for others, and also the staff issue. And I think ultimately where we ended up and what I thought about afterwards is that it makes sense to leave the commission meeting cadence the same as it is. We have the work sessions in the evenings, which people can attend. And, that's, where if we have action items that need to be dealt with, it's kind of more emergent or ready to be queued up. We can do those in the evening session, as we did a couple during the last work group meeting. If we have a quorum available, it gives us an extra opportunity to do that. But I know we have at least one commissioner that has built his entire teaching schedule around our commission meeting cadence, and we definitely want to keep him on the commission. And so, and this has been, we know that these are the times that we have dedicated. So I think it makes sense to keep the same cadence that we have now, which generally is not Wednesdays, the second Wednesday from 9 until 2, with the first hour being dedicated as the work group session. And then to have our evening work group, which is our more open discussion for commissioners to talk and do work, be a Thursday evening from 5 to 6:30, and those are optional. We like to have as many people there as possible, but they're not required. And those are typically, they've been the first Thursday of the month, but I think what we'll do is I'll sit down with Mara and we'll kind of map out the commission schedule, and then we'll do the work group meetings based on the commission meeting schedule. And I also want to sit down and look at the legislative reports that are due and try to get a better handle on making sure that those reports are keyed up with the commission meetings and other work that needs to be done, so that we have enough time to review them. Commissioner Plummer?
Sorry, that was just an accident.
Oh, okay. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts or strong objections to that? Okay, sounds good. Okay, November commission meeting I've already covered, and a couple different manner. One just with Ms. Taylor, but also earlier. We're going to mainly focus on training. If we need that time it's right before legislative days. And so Ms. Taylor didn't talk about this, but I just know from my time as the chair that those reports are typically due to the legislature before you present them. So it will already have been sent to the legislature by the time of our November commission meeting. So it doesn't make sense for that to be on the agenda. Ms. Taylor?
Sorry, I want to clarify the report that is due, the comprehensive report that's due December 5th. It's not, we will be submitting it December 5th. The presentation isn't going to be accompanied by the report. It truly will be a pre-release presentation where we're going to present, this is what you will expect from the reports, and things like that.
Great. So if it turns out that after our work group meeting, we feel like we are in a position to approve it or need to approve it, we can use that work group session, or sorry, we can use the commission meeting to do that if we have a quorum. And I hope we will, because hopefully everybody will be there for training, except maybe me, because I might not have to do the training because it's for next year. But we'll see how much if I feel like coming or not. So that's what's happening in the November meeting. Now, here's what's happening with December. We always have the December meeting to coincide with the OCDLA conference in Portland to make it convenient for providers. And we have that at the Benson. Turns out that is really expensive. The room that we have had, that we've used at the Benson is, I don't want to tell you how much, but it's a ridiculously large amount of money. Plus there's a minimum food payment amount that we have to make. And so we decided to try to find a smaller room at the Benson. Well, it turns out that we could find one, it's half the amount, which is also a lot of money. And given that we're in a situation where we are trying to do budget reductions, we decided it was a really bad look to be spending money on a meeting space when there were other spaces in Portland that we could probably obtain for free. So I asked the staff to try to find a reading room in Portland that's within walking distance of the Benson. I mean, there's the courthouse, there's other places, maybe libraries, whatever, where we could have a meeting space that would accommodate us, that wouldn't cost us anything. So I don't know if we have an answer to that yet, but if we don't, we will have it shortly. Ken, do you know if we have a meeting space location yet?
We do not have that completely finalized yet, so we will follow up very soon, though.
Okay. So if anyone has any ideas, that would be great. But otherwise, we are trying to find a space. And if we can't find it within, I mean, I suppose one of the other options is to have it virtually, but I would really like to have it in person. I would like the Multnomah County, I'd like Judge Greenlick to come talk to us. I think that all of that is really important. And so if we can find a space that's in the court or within walking distance of downtown, or in downtown, obviously, that would be great. Second option is if we can't get it within walking distance, to just get it generally in, somewhere in the Portland area, maybe Lewis and Clark, something, we could figure something out. But more on that to come. We'll get that taken care of in the next few weeks. Okay, so election of a new chair. My term is up at the end of the year, so is my term as chair. Obviously, I'm not going to be the chair if I'm not going to be on the commission, but my term as chair was up anyway. So you will all need to elect a new chair, and I would like to do that at the December meeting. And Commissioner Harris has agreed. I asked for people to volunteer. Commissioner Harris has been volunteered, and he's agreed. He's agreed to serve as the chair if you all are willing to vote him in as the chair. Vice Chair Mandenberg is willing to stay on as vice chair. She does not want to be the chair, and I will be, you may or may not recall that that was her deal with me at the beginning, is that she would be the vice chair so long as she didn't have to be the chair at any point. So that is still what she's willing to do. She doesn't want to be the chair. So I am hoping if there's anyone else that wants to throw their hat in the ring, now is the time. Otherwise, we will accept nominations for your new chair and vote on your new chair at the December meeting. That's the plan. All right, and with that, is there anything else? We have 10 more minutes before we go into executive session, and we can't go in until 1:15 because that's when we've noticed it. So if there's is there anything that anyone would like to talk about that is generally related to the topics on the agenda because we have the public notice issue? Commissioner Leininger.
I wanted to thank you again for your excellent work as chair, and also express my great enthusiasm for the leadership of Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Manderberg. I know we have some new commissioners, and they've only observed these colleagues in action today, but from my vantage point, serving on the commission since I think Commissioner Harris and I and Commissioner Manderberg and I all came on as contemporaries, they have just been outstanding. They have complementary strengths. They have a deep commitment to the work. They've always distinguished themselves as being the most engaged members of the commission. So I just think it's wonderful that they're already on the leadership team and that they'll be the leaders next year. And thanks to both of you. I know you have a lot going on. I know Commissioner Harris has another, I think he's elected official in Hillsborough, and then Commissioner Manderberg's got all sorts of stuff going on. It's just hugely impressive how much work they do on our commission.
Yeah, I when I knew that I was going to be leaving the commission, I asked Rob to start joining Commissioner Harris to start joining the weekly meetings for a nice on-ramp, because it is kind of like drinking out of a fire hose, although he's been pretty involved from the get-go. I'm happy to say that I recruited him to be on the commission and was very happy that he joined the commission. I feel like he's sort of my, he and I have very similar backgrounds and very similar perspectives. He's even more data-driven than I am, which is great. And so I'm very pleased that he will remain on the commission. I know he was wondering if he was going to do that for a little while, so I'm really glad that he's staying on. All right, so we could take a little break and then come back at 1:15. And when you come back at 1:15, we have to come back here first, and then I have to give a little executive session blurb. Although I wonder if I could do that. Well, let's just do that. Let's just come back here at 1:14. I'll do the little executive session blurb, and then we're going to have to pop over to Teams. You'll disconnect here. We'll pop over to Teams, and then we'll come back to adjourn after the executive session. So I'll see everybody back here in about 7 minutes.
Thanks, everyone. See you next time.
Thank you. All right, it's 1:14 and the Oregon Public Defense Commission is going to now at 1:15 meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660 to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other participants may not attend. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the conclusion of the executive session, members of the commission will rejoin this meeting to adjourn. So please disconnect from the Zoom meeting and join on the link for the Teams meeting in executive session. Thank you. Welcome back to the October 15th public portion of the Oregon Public Defense Commission. We have just finished with executive session and we have no other business to deal with today. So we will conclude the meeting, and our next meeting will be on November 6th at 5 o'clock for our work group session. So with that, we will adjourn and thank you.